Chat, is this something?
All right, important question for our friendship. When you go to the movie theater, do you ask for extra butter or regular butter or no butter?
I put not Skittles, M&M's with the popcorn.
All right, I'm gonna remove George from this call.
Hold on, please. You didn't give Mans the chance to explain himself.
I made that on a whim at work because I was bored, and I'm just thinking, is this anything? Is this anything to like the wrestling people in the chat right now? Is this something? Because if it's not something, thank you. I now know it's something. I now know that it is something worth caring about, maybe. If it wasn't, I was gonna be really, really concerned. I love that joke. I saw Phoenix make something similar to it, like with ponies on TikTok. And I saw that, and I was like, how can I like make this, but it's like a wrestling joke?
Life.
Hey, Drac, thank you for resubbing again for 7 months. 7 months, chat. Can you believe that? 7 months is a long fucking time. It also means that I've known Drac for a long time at this point. It's been over a year at this point, which is honestly crazy to me. I didn't think that, it only feels like yesterday. No. I mean, like, I've known you for a year, Drac. I mean, I've known you for a year. 7 months is not a year. I've known you for, like, over a year at this point. And that's, like, crazy to me. But you know what's also crazy? The fact I'm not up on screen yet. Unlike right now. Hello, everyone. My name's Giraffe7. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are playing more WWE 2K24. Hello. Hi, Dark Raven. Hi, Defender. Hi, Fidget. Hi, Drac. Hi, Doomslayer. Hopefully everyone is doing well on this fine evening. I'm very tired. I went to the gym for the first time in a couple weeks today, and I seriously worked my push exercises. My triceps are absolutely killing me. They are on fire as we speak, and there's no extinguisher in sight. I'm going to be, like, shredded by tomorrow morning. I made the mistake of talking to you earlier, and now I'm watching wrestling clips on YouTube for the past hour. Oh yeah, that's right. Chat, I'm getting dragged into wrestling because wrestling is the greatest thing ever created by mankind. And everyone should check it out because it's actually the greatest thing ever created by mankind. As we will further see,
serotonin, please.
I might actually fall asleep soon. Oh, serotonin. Shoujo with the serotonin right away. Hello. If you gotta go to bed, Fidget, then go to bed. It's fine. I will not hold against
Father,
you.
why are you a robot?
Well, I take back the serotonin now. I had a whole thing ready to talk
Father, you're
about.
back.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Before you initiate anything else, I need to do a couple changes here, but before I do that, I'm gonna put some music on. I'll put this cookie clicker music on. Seems fitting for the kind of vibe we want to do here at the beginning. So Seth, have you ever been to Osaka? Osaka, these nuts. I'm here.
Mario.
I am here. I'm here finally. Osaka, these nuts. Yeah, exactly. I rule your world. I rule this fucking club here with my own two-toed ungulate hooves. This is my world. Random question, is RVD in this game? He absolutely is. Which is honestly crazy to me because he's been showing up on a Collision and Dynamite for like the past few months. Which is honestly really weird to me. And he's still good. he like can still pull out all the greatest hits and do them relatively clean, you know? He's like 51, 52, but he doesn't move like it. I love your love for ungulate hooves. We gotta represent here in the Long Boy Club, Drac. I mean, you're basically an honorary Long Boy because you're a snake, so you're about 50% of the way there. He is in this game, he is. But yeah, chat, question, did Shiny Wizard defeat Braun Strowman? He absolutely did, with help from Gabriel Kidd. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. My pony has cloven hooves. Well, there you have it. He's like 75% of the way to a long boy. All he needs is the giant neck. I'm not a long boy, I'm a bird. You're a high boy. You're a high boy. And for that, we're able to make exceptions. Awesome, another dub for Horseman. He keeps on stacking dubs, but he doesn't feel like a champion. And that's gonna reflect as we go throughout this tonight, but hold on a sec. I need to fix up one of my redeems real quick. Because that was meant to last way longer than it did. Give me just a second here. There you go. I forgot just how bad WWE was in 2019. It's actually insane, like, how much in the doldrums it was. Like, it's in such a better place now. It's in such a better place now. And I do think it is largely because Vince is gone, right? I'm watching Ray versus Sean thinking Shiny Wizard versus Drac, and it's looking amazing. I'm really, really, really glad that you're getting just as much out of it as I was when I first found it, Drac. It's honestly very heartwarming. It's very, very heartwarming to me. I gotta show you more of my favorite matches, especially Shawn Michaels matches, because chat, take a guess who Drac's favorite wrestler is. Vince is no longer there, and it was just listed that his remaining...
Hello, Mario.
His remaining 5% in stocks are up for sale. So we'll finally be rid of him after all this time. It's only a matter of time, chat. And then the world can begin healing. That's fitting... Ow. Oh, wait a minute. That's Cody on the main title screen. That's fitting with what happened a few days ago. It is, yeah. I have several uninformed favorites based on video games. Well, now you have one informed... now you have one informed favorite. Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is his current favorite, chat. Shawn Michaels is Drac's current favorite. You're showing me one was worth it. Until it can heal and we'll have a Vinceless WWE. How dare you spread love. Well, much like I gotta spread a bit of love here. First off. Speaking of Cody Rhodes. I'm going to show my appreciation for him, right? But first, I'm gonna queue up something here for us to have in the background while I talk. I'll queue up some Punch-Out. Seems fitting. I'll queue up Super Punch-Out. So like, we all love Cody Rhodes, right? We are a Cody Rhodes support chain, right? We support Cody Rhodes. We make donations towards Cody Rhodes. We would take a bullet for Cody Rhodes, maybe. Everything we would do for Cody Rhodes. But you would have to be a fool to not recognize that he's one of the corniest fuckers of all time. Because after his WrestleMania match where he won the world title, which was a feel-good moment, it was great for everyone, he posted this. Dear Pops, I finished the story. Cody. I feel like no matter what you think, and even though that, you know, Cody probably actually, like, you know, this probably means a lot to him anyways, and, you know, that's really cool for him, that's really good for him. this is the corniest thing of all time. He's such a guy for the business, you know? He like lives and breathes this shit. He lives and breathes it so fucking much that he'll do this completely unironically, you know? And while that's corny, that's also very heartwarming. He's like Hulk Hogan, but if he was actually good. After what Solo did to Jimmy Uso on SmackDown, I think Heyman may be starting to rethink his employment. Yeah, it seems like it's Solo's bloodline now. We'll see how that plays out, though. We love him so much. We were all there when he finally finished the story. Where were you when Cody Rhodes finally finished the story? If you were Drac, you were probably asleep. And you didn't know that a story was being finished. But, you know, for most of us, we were in the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server, watching it unfold. By the way, I have a Discord server. You all should join it, if you haven't done so already. We do wrestling watch-alongs there. We're doing...
Life.
Raph, you should drink some beer in celebration for this 4-month subscription. And if you don't, you're a giant nerd who loves bouncing on pool toys. Well, I guess you're gonna have to throw me some more of those inflatable balls, Sage, because I am a straight edge Raph. Though I will drink some hard lemonade through a bendy straw. If you send some of that my way, I'll drink it, but only if you send me one of the fun crazy straws. If you can somehow find some of those Kellogg's cereal straws too. Remember those? Remember those, chat? Remember the Kellogg's cereal straws? Cereal straws. Remember these guys? Dip them in and sip, sip, sip. Wait, are they back? Are they back? No way! Chat, they're back, and they're really, really expensive. They're really expensive now. They're really expensive. Why are they so expensive now?
Hello, Mario.
Bro, if you want. Yeah! Listen. Give me the Mike's Hard Lemonade with the crazy straw, and we'll be square. Alright? And then we'll be square after that. I want to feel like I'm 24, but also 4 years old. But also 4 years old. I remember having Oreo straws when I was a kid. Do they not... Raph, you're like 24 already. I know. I know! I know! Isn't that crazy? Time is cruel. Time is a cruel mistress who just marches on. Regardless of what we feel. Like, one day you'll be 14 and you'll be starting out with like videos, and then before you know it, you'll be 24. And it'll be 10 years already. And you're here doing this. And it'll be like, oh god, where's time going? Where is it like disappearing off into the night into? Right? Where's it going, chat? And can we call it and make sure it's paying child support? Fuck you, Deirdre. Fuck you, Deirdre. Give me my fucking welfare check. I gotta buy more cereal straws with it. Deirdre, why aren't you returning my calls? Deirdre! Medical update on Big E I have. I know about it already. He says that, no real progress has been made, and it will probably... a return is most likely not in the cards. Which, you know, I mean, that's fine. it seems like that he's found fulfillment outside of wrestling, and that's really, really good for him. Ultimately, that's all that matters. Which he says he's fine with. At least he's not in pain now. Yeah, exactly. And that's what matters most. As long as he's fine with where he is, and he's happy with his life, that's all that matters. Remember when you didn't have to pay to use online services for video games? I remember. I remember that. I remember that shit. Much like I remember our conversation from yesterday about what my favorite part of content creation is, and now that I've thought about like a little more, I may have a better answer for you, Dan, and I guess to everyone else here. Yesterday, Dan unironically asked me what content creation, or rather like what the best part of it was for me. And it honestly got me thinking, because I just, you know, in recent times, we've seen a lot of growth over here in the Long Boy Club. You know, like with all the raids, and with like new viewer averages. We gotta go back here. We gotta go back. We gotta go back to the Punch Out video. But no, like, I've been kind of thinking about it like a little more, and I think that probably my most fulfilling part of it is just like telling stories and stuff like that. Whether it be what we're doing with Shining Wizard right now, or be it something like the stuff that we're doing by getting all of the POB'd people off the island in Animal Crossing New Horizons, or even just some other third example that I can't think of off the top of my head because I'm live and I didn't take adequate notes. Some other third thing. That's what I get the most fulfillment out of from this. You know? I enjoy being able to basically bash my action figures together and insert a little something of myself in it. It's no coincidence that a lot of the things I stream, and honestly a lot of the best things I stream, are within that category. There's stuff that I can put more of myself into than usual. It's why I don't really play series like Sonic, even though I like Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Like, aside from wrestling and ponies, that's probably my other hyperfixation. It's why I don't really play a lot of Mario stuff. It's why I don't really play... I don't know. Let's see. It's why I don't really play Kirby or anything like that. I want to be able to, like, tell my own story with shit. Because in my opinion, if I just wanted to play games, or go on, like, weird deep dives, rather... Yeah, like, if I just wanted to, like, play games, I would just play games, right? Whereas I want to do something that's a little more than that. Which sounds... It sounds a little pretentious to say it out loud. But that is genuinely what I try to do more often than not. And I feel like that... I am, at least for now, succeeding in that. I mean, y'all are here, still, so... I must be doing something okay. Right? I must be doing something okay. If y'all are still here. But no. At one point, I kind of wanted to, like, unabashedly make this into something bigger, but, you know, especially, like, with everything that we've been kind of seeing up until this point, with, like, the higher view counts and all the new followers and shit like that, I'm honestly fine. I'm fine with where I am. As long as I can just keep trying new shit and keep on refining what I'm doing, then, you know, I'm fine for a little while longer. You know? And hey, even if I decided tomorrow to just stop fucking doing this, or stop streaming altogether, or making content altogether, I'd be like, you know what? Fair. I've been going for over 10 years now, and in the end, I basically got what I wanted. I basically got what I wanted, and that's a little bit of recognition. You know? It's a little bit of recognition. And, you know, I obviously have all of you to thank for that. I have all the raiders. I have all of the people that stuck around after raids. I have all the people that just followed me on Twitch on a whim. Y'all are fucking awesome.
Life.
Thank you very much for the... Thank you very much for the bits, Doomslayer. I appreciate it. Your contribution to the club will not go to waste. But yeah, that's essentially where I'm coming from with this. If I stopped tomorrow, I would be okay, is what I'm saying. If I get you these cereal straws and a pool toy, will there be a thank you? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. I would say there's a thank you involved. I mean, I'm not going to give you my address on stream if that's what you're asking. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But yeah, all this is like, all this is probably sounding like that I'm planning on like quitting. Or, I guess, retiring. Right? But I'm not. Unlike Hulk Hogan, I still got a lot more left in me. I'm not going to tell you before the Royal Rumble that I still got one more left in me. And then not show up at the Royal Rumble because I'm Hulk Hogan and I can barely walk without support. I'll be here. I'll be here for as long as I want to be. You know? And I don't see any reason to stop that anytime soon. So yeah, that's essentially what drives me. It's being able to tell the stories I want to tell and just kind of do the things that I want to do rather than trying to strive for like big numbers, because I already saw big numbers, you know? And honestly, it's not really, it's not like the big turnaround moment that maybe a lot of small creators kind of expect it to be. Because even after you get there, you're still the same person. The only difference is, you know, more people give a shit. Is more people give a shit now. But aside from that, nothing really changes. Nothing really changes after that. Things just kind of mostly stay the same. That's why I think it's important to actually kind of enjoy what you're doing and find something that works for you. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that. Those are my thoughts on just kind of what I enjoy about this that like I get the most out of. I need water. Hold on a second. Yeah.
Nothing beats a
Cool, refreshing sip of water. I just had water. Although I do need more. Because of all of the fucking push exercises I did. My triceps are absolutely screaming. And they need the hydration. They need the hydration at all. They need the hydration severely, chat. But yeah, on to, I guess, stuff that is a bit more relatable. Let's see. Oh yeah, Galacon. I'm going to that, along with Everfree Northwest later this year. And that's honestly really crazy to me, because it will be my first con in like 5 years-ish. Rather, like, those will be my first 2 conventions in like 5 years. And my first one And my very first one in 5 years is in a country I've never been to. I've never been to Germany. I've never even been to the continent of Europe. It's going to be honestly insane. It's going to be insane. And there's a part of me that's a little scared, but I mean, like, look at Drac down there. He's excited. I'm gonna be with him basically the entire time I'm over there. And, I'll be able to see what he looks like for the first time. It's gonna be really weird, because I've not seen him in real life at all. Although I've seen everyone else that we're meeting up with. So it's gonna be a fun weekend. It's gonna be a fun and interesting weekend. And then, actually no, I'm gonna be over there for like a whole week. So it's gonna be a fun week. And then after that, it's gonna be time for Northwest. Are you on the full week time? A full week of Germany. Yes, exactly. A full fucking week of Germany. I honestly can't wait to go over there and see y'all. It'll be really, really nice. You better take a lot of pictures. Oh, I will. I absolutely will. Don't you worry about that. Although I may need... Everyone you know in America will make 1 million German pictures. will want 1 million German pictures. No, they will. They will. They will want 1 million German pictures. Especially my family. They're gonna want, like, every single picture they can get their hands on. I'm going to a super German looking little town. Oh, wait, we're going to a super German looking little town. Well, you know me, I'm mostly just there for the ride. I don't know what all to expect when we get over there, but I'm open to anything. Go to CVS and take pictures of Coca-Cola and take pictures. I mentioned Galacon, and then suddenly Drac is completely just plugged in. He's ready for this shit. So am I. No, we gotta run an ad, chat.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
And then we're gonna get going. Robble's on after this.
The ape is back.
The ape is back, chat.
Donkey Kong Country.
Let's
What
fucking
makes this
go.
game so remarkable
Woo!
is that it's the first game created with
The
fully
best
rendered
one.
graphics. What the
The
heck is
best
fully
one.
rendered? To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics were created by computer modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited using any view of the
And they have
object.
told someone a
The
couple
technology
moves that I
is not
wanted,
incredibly different
that I wanted
than
drawn
that
of
which was
Shining
used to create
versus
the
Drac.
dinosaurs of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park, or the
We're
Wonders
gonna
of the
get a
Past. One of
fucking
the best examples of the 3D
photo
rendering in this
of
game
fucking
is the
Shining
water
Wizard, the
level.
pony
The shark,
version, doing
also
his
known
shit,
as
chat.
Tom's Jr., is an incredible
I am so
sight.
excited.
The
Wow.
animation of everything
That's,
in the
you know
game,
what? That's
as
what
well
I'm
as all
feeling.
the backgrounds,
That's what
were
I'm feeling
created
right
with
now,
rendering
chat.
techniques on the Silicon Graphics computers. This amazing new technology, discovered at Rare by Nintendo's Tony Harmon, will be the next standard in video game animation and graphics. This technology marks a new era. The programmers of Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history. The main idea of the story is that you're
The
trying
audio
to
from the
get back
ads
the
are still
bananas
playing
that
while
were
your
stolen
video
from
is
your
on. What do you
stockpile.
mean?
Kong, Diddy are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels on the
If
island
you
of
want
Donkey
Shining
Kong
doing
Country,
his shit,
you'll
you need to
encounter
tell
several
Show Me
characters that
doing
are
his shit.
extremely diverse in
P.S. I
personality.
love this game.
From an ostrich
You'll
named
see his
Espresso
shit
to
here
a
in just a
rhino named
second.
Randy, the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness. Cranky Kong, the star of the original game and also DK's grandfather, will give you advice throughout the game. He thinks you need it. Hundreds of bonus levels result in a game that will
He's
never
the
be
father,
boring.
right?
The music also adds a lot to the game. Play it loud and stereo, dude.
What
You
the
can buy
fuck?
the music on CD from Nintendo if your Nintendo isn't
Om
hooked up
nom
to a
nom.
stereo.
No.
Excuse me with
Cranky
back
Kong
my dudes.
remembers music in the old days, but Donkey Kong is truly with the times, so to speak. His music
Cranky
is
Kong
great
was
for listening.
DK's
Just
grandpa.
pause the game to
Okay.
hear the music without the
Okay,
use of
got
sound
it.
effects. Speaking
You
of sound
fool.
effects,
Oh,
you'll
yes,
notice
I'm
the
sorry.
quality of the echoes
I'm
in the
sorry I
caves
don't remember my
and
Donkey Kong
Kong's
lore.
ape noises. Donkey Kong Country is truly perfect. If you do not get this amazing new generation of Donkey Kong madness, you are stupid. Yes, I know, that's insulting, but it's also the truth.
Do you agree with George Wood,
You will
Drac?
not hesitate in the slightest bit to buy this remarkable piece of video game history.
Do you agree with him? I have a feeling that you do. I tabbed out. What? No! Well, now we're playing it for
Bottom
you.
line, get it now.
Gotta
The
stay
graphics
on
are
the-
an example of a
I do
revolution.
agree with George
Flight control is
Wood.
very responsive
I think
and
it's an
mobile.
amazing piece of
The
video
challenge is
game
high
history.
because
But
you must
no,
often pass several
he
hard
said
levels to reach
he said
the
if you
save
don't
point.
buy it, then
The
you're
two-player game
stupid.
option is awesome since you can press A to let another player play. What's even cooler is the way the game lets
Also,
you
welcome back to
know
Raw.
whether the last player dies or
Hey,
not
Ruby, how
throughout
you
the
doing?
gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These features and so much more make Donkey Kong Country the game of the decade.
The game of the decade, chat. But Donkey Kong Country or buy Donkey Kong Country or go to hell. Bart. If you had a Nintendo and didn't buy it, you're dumb. Okay, but like, what if I'm 24 and I wasn't alive when this game came out? If you didn't buy it, you didn't have a Nintendo. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, you didn't have a Super Nintendo, but you may have had a Nintendo, right? You might have had a Nintendo. No, chat, we need to... What the fuck? Kevin! Huh? The end boss theme was the best song of the SNES generation. I'll be honest, chat. I'll be honest. I think that the best Super Nintendo game, it's gotta be Mario RPG, right? Mario RPG is the best Super Nintendo game. I think it is undisputed. It's the crowning achievement of the Super Nintendo. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you say. It is the best game on the Super Nintendo. Yes. Yes, Legend of the Seven Stars. That is the best one. Period. Hands down. There's no discussion. Very, very, very good entry. It is the genesis of every single Mario RPG that would come after. It lays out the groundwork for everything. You got the turn-based combat that responds to like timed button inputs. You got the you got the storytelling. You got the goofy kind of portrayals of some of the characters. You got the larger world building. It's everything. It's everything that I think makes the Mario RPGs good. Right? Anyways, we need to show Drac what the Shining Wizard looks like at a good angle. Here it is. It's like he kicks you in the back of the head. Like, look at this. Look at this from another angle. He like kicks you in the back of the head. Can you slow it down? I cannot slow it down. No. What we can do is we can play a match. And I can do a highlight reel and we can like clip it. Actually, hold on. I may be able to. Give me a second. See? Like, look at that. That's more of what we're looking for right there. Well, we need to go to our media gallery. That way we can get a real... That way we can get hands-on with this bullshit. It's like that. See? Also, I gotta clean out my folder. So yeah, he like jumps up. He hits him in the back of the head, right? He like runs up. He jumps up. The foot in front is just a hold while they kick the back of the head. Yes, yes, exactly. The left foot adds support. Check it. See? Jump up. Kick to the back of the head. That is the crux. I'm sending this to artist for reference later. Incredible. I can't wait to see the finished product. I honestly can't wait to see it. It's gonna be so sick. Speaking of sick, chat, we gotta talk about our guy, Shining Wizard. I literally just left it only to fucking go back into it because I gotta do something. We gotta talk about our guy, Shining Wizard. Because, I'll be honest, it's not looking too great for him. And now I can't stop saying, huh? LMAO. Things are not looking too great for him. Because he was stripped of one of his titles. He was forced back onto SmackDown. And now SmackDown's general manager, The Miz, is doing everything in his power to make it so that he can, like, take the belt off of Shining Wizard. Anything he can. Absolutely anything he can. So, we need to reflect that a little bit. We need to reflect that just a little bit, chat. And to that end, I'm thinking that we change up some of his payback maneuvers.
Hello, Mario.
Invisible Guy, hello there. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. So, I think that we have to go into appearance in order to change that. I think so anyways. Give me a second. I'll put a cookie clicker again. Personal information. We do that here? What about statistics? Why is it in statistics? And why are we surprised? This is The Miz. Never stops whining, can't stand when things don't go his way, etc. Well, nonetheless, it's becoming harder. It's becoming harder to continue on this way. So, he's got to get a little more desperate. He needs a 45 average overall? Okay, hold on. We need to increase his resiliency, then. We need to increase his resiliency before we apply anything to him. Where's his attribute upgrades? Resilience. Well, he already has! Okay. Sure. We'll take those. Why not? Holy shit. That's a lot of improvement to his reversal. So we can upgrade his fucking defense by 2 and it doesn't do anything for him. It doesn't do anything for him at all. Aerial offense. I mean, that would honestly be really, really nice to have. It would be nice to have more of that. Holy shit! We can really buff him out here, chat. We can give him like 87 overall now if we want to. I don't know if we want to do that just yet. He's gonna be so good. He's gonna be so good, chat. Check this out. Now, okay, he's now 86. We gotta be able to assign him the payback now. We gotta be able to give him the shit that we want. There we go, exactly. But that's not just it, chat. We gotta give him, we gotta give him the comeback. We gotta give him the comeback. This right here is his dig down deep era. I like your guy wrestling gear and the colors you picked out for it. Thank you. Shiny Wizard is pretty great, isn't he, chat? Much like how he's going to be great going forward, because now, not only does he have resiliency, he also has the comeback, which allows him to pull it out and get the upper hand at any point in the match. I think so anyways. I think he needs to have a certain amount of signature built up in order for that to happen, but let's pretend it's any point in the match for dramatic effect. Right now we gotta talk with Troy Simp over here.
Good news. Miz is finally ready to have that face-to-face you've been begging for ever since you got back from NXT.
It's about time. Should I go to his office?
Oh,
He got wings, that's awesome, I know! Shiny Wizard's awesome!
Okay. What does Miz have planned this time?
It's nothing to be worried about. Just go take care of business in your match, and then you'll get your FaceTime with the boss.
This sounds like a total setup. So, as you put it, I'm gonna get back to sports entertaining and hold off on walking into yet another Miz ambush.
It's that type of attitude that prevents you from making the leap to that Roman Reigns type level. But suit yourself.
Wait, am I just backing out of the story? Yeah, I'm just backing out of continuing the plot. Sure.
Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice at this point. Tell Miz I'll see him out there.
This is going to be something the WWE Universe will never forget.
I'm sure.
What the fuck? Huh? Chat. I have a feeling that things are about to get a little more interesting. We have one more side quest that we can do, and then we gotta move on. All right? And then we gotta move on. Are we good with that? Or do we just want to move on right now? Do we want to do one more side quest with Johnny Gargano? Because that's the one that's left. Either that or we can just move on with the story. Move on. You know what? Yeah, I gotcha. Moving on with the plot then. I want to know what this multiversal championship is. They're taking notes from fucking New Legacy here. What the? Wait, am I facing Santos Escobar here?
The dangerous Santos Escobar.
Yeah! If he's supposed to be a heel, then why is he getting, like, booed? Or rather, like, why is he, like, in the LWO?
From Mexico City, Mexico, weighing in at 200 pounds, Santos.
Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
Santos Escobar is such a dangerous competitor. He came
Let's
up
see.
in Mexico City's lucha scene. Escobar has...
We're gonna go over here, Invisible Guy, and I'll show you Shiny Wizard's entrance.
to greatness.
I'll show you Shining Wizard's entrance for all to see. Check this shit out. Show me Shining Wizard's entrance. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Here he is. He ascends. He ascends with his title belt. He's ready for anything. The goat has arrived. He's a horse. He is the workhorse. The Magic Man. The Magic Man from El Dorado. Your WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. I really, really wish y'all were here when we were making Shining Wizard's entrance for the first time. I was actually shouting with how fucking cool it was.
Sure, but he better be careful. He might find out what happens when an underdog becomes overrated. It usually doesn't end well for him.
I was actually screaming with how fucking cool it all was.
Great action unfolding here on SmackDown as our WWE Universal Champion takes on Santos Escobar in a non-title encounter.
All right, we gotta defeat Santos Escobar by pinfall or submission. Now, chat. What's the music that we're playing here? I'm thinking something in the league of... I mean, given how it's just a normal match on SmackDown, presumably. Let's do this. What the? What's the, like, rising knee lift from fucking Triple H? Come on, Santos. DTA, don't trust anybody, especially The Miz. Come on, Santos. I know you got more in you than that.
Getting back into the ring.
Fine, you know what? Hurricanrana, there you go. What the fuck? No! We're losing communication. We're losing our communication here. Woo! Let's go! That's your fucking champion right there, chat. And not only that. Whoa, no! Oh shit. What the? Powerbomb? Wait, no, the gory special! No! Absolutely not. Get on up. I got something in mind for you. No!
The confidence of Escobar clearly through the roof.
We're getting out there and having a great match with Santos Escobar on a random episode of SmackDown. Fine, you know what? That thing I had in mind for you, it's now changed. No super kick. It's the Bucko Buster! Let's go! Woo! Fine. I wanted to rebound off the ropes, chat. There you go. Oh no, it's the rope break. Shit. Fine. Come on. I know you got more in you. You're fighting the Universal Champion. Show me some fight. Show me some fight, you! Show me some fight in you! Woo! 5 moonsault! Springboard into the moonsault. What? Really now? Come on, give me something here. Give me something here, Santos Escobar.
That's the way for Escobar to make an impact in this match.
Man! Alright. Look at that. The disrespect from Santos Escobar to our Universal Champion. Really? You know what, chat? That's what I get. Anytime I try to be cool, it just backfires. Anytime I try to have a good match, it just backfires. About to say, Byron, why do you think the Miz is gonna throw old Shining Wizard a bone? He's been trying to get the belt off of him since day one. Yeah, it happens to me sometimes. Anytime I try to do anything remotely cool, it just ends up backfiring. Come on! That right there tends to happen a lot. Really? Come on! Flatliner! Nice. Come on. There you go. Hit him. Also, yes, I do. the flesh-colored boots are in fact on purpose. Come on, give me something here. No! Come on.
Hello, Mario.
Ooh! Look at this! Look at these absolute slobber knockers from both of these men. Come on. With the Bucko Buster! Cover! 1, 2, no! Also, hello there, One Ponytail. How you doing? Come on. Give me something to chew on here, Santos Escobar. Whoa! The Savannah Special! No shit! No shot! You're a defeated Roman Reigns with that move! No! Come on. This is awesome. No shit. Ah! On the hardest part of the ring.
Not a bad place to be in, but the longer this goes, the more trouble a superstar exposes himself to. Right to the kidneys. Can we see the
Nice. Nice. Measure knee drop. He's trying to take Shining Wizard out. He has his eyes set on the Universal Championship. As would anyone on the SmackDown roster. But Shining Wizard, desperate to maintain the title for as long as he can. Until he can finally feel like a champion. Come on! Ah, this is awesome. Bow, 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 bow. Come on! What? A super no! No! Ah! No! Pin him! 1, 2, no! Are you kidding me?
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute
Is it?
Cheetos
Fuck.
break, my dudes.
No! No, it is not! Come on! Ooh! He's gonna go upstairs! He's gonna go upstairs for the best moonsault ever! Not only that, he's finally gonna hit it. He's gonna hit the move that Drac may pop for the most. Drac, are you still in chat? Because I want you to see this. I want you to see this one. We call this one the Sonic Rain Boom. The Sonic Rain Boom! Let's go! The Canadian Destroyer, no one can believe it in this arena. And now all Shining Wizard has to do is finish the job. Can he do it? Oh. The will to go on. He's got it in him. The Falcon Arrow from the top. Cover. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Holy shit! That was an incredible match from both men.
Certainly seems to have given himself extra motivation. Well, here's the source of that extra motivation.
What a great main event here on Friday Night SmackDown.
You've been dying to have it out with me face to face since your little trip down to NXT. But I've been working.
Yeah, get in the ring.
Makes it so I don't ever need to talk to you again. Something that makes you irrelevant. And not just to me, but the entire WWE universe. Because let's get one thing straight. I wasn't gonna sit back and let you jump ship and steal my WWE Universal Championship again. No! I'm taking control of my brand's most important asset.
Yes.
I'm creating a new one. So as we head down the road to WrestleMania, it's my pleasure to announce that SmackDown will send a champion to the Showcase of the Immortals, who we can be proud of. Not a Universal Champion forever in the shadow of Roman Reigns, but instead,
This is some good face animations here.
shines brighter than the universe itself. So allow me to introduce the first ever Multiversal Infinite Champion,
The what?
Logan Paul.
No! Boo! Boo! No! Boo! Are you kidding me, dude? Boo. That's bullshit. Look at the belt, it lights up.
Besides, I don't need my new champion fighting someone who's meaningless. Now let's go to break with no shots of the irrelevant champion.
I still can't believe Miz did this. The road to WrestleMania just took a very...
Do not show a single shot of Shining Wizard going forward. Okay, good. look at that belt, dude. It's so loud. God, the Multiversal Infinite Champion is definitely something that you would bash action figures together for. That shit's awesome. So hyped for the era of the Multiversal Infinite Champion to begin on SmackDown. This is gonna be straight fire, champ. You've been trending worldwide since last week. Obviously, Miz, and let me clear this up, I didn't need any protection. If Shining Wizard had fucking dared to walk up that ramp, I would have knocked him even further into irrelevancy. I know, Logan Paul, but no need to get your hands dirty. You know what? We're gonna go over there and we're gonna give him a piece of our mind. Shining Wizard and Logan Paul are battling over who's the real champion when we all know it's Gunther. All hail the ring general of SmackDown. The belt
It's
is
almost time
ass
for a
on the
120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, but the fact it's ass is kind of the point, you know? It makes it good. It wraps it back around to being good. Speaking of, now that the match is over, I do actually need to play an ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up and spits
you out.
Like any Doom game, Final Doom
This
is
right here is my
invincible,
favorite Gitsy chat.
indestructible, impossible.
Either this
impenetrable.
or the
We're going to try to
fucking
be clever for the rest of this
Signosis
review.
offers much the
Don't
same
have a
experience
cow
with
if you
Formula
figure out
1
what we're
racing.
saying.
That's my
Final
personal
Doom's
favorite,
just more
actually.
of the
That
same
one.
old Doom shoot 'em up action
I can quote
that has
that one
spawned countless
verbatim.
clones in the video game industry. The same Doom enemies that inhabited all the other Doom games of this Doom series are also in this Doom game. Doom it. We're sick of all
Incredible.
these Doom bloody games with more Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom game. Hardcore Doomers will be in Doom
Hardcore
Nirvana. The game is
Doomers,
actually
chat.
3 games in 1.
I gotta
Master
ask
levels
again,
from
are
the
you a
internet,
hardcore
Plutonia,
Doomer?
and TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you all of the game's weapons. But even with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to Doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance. If you think that all these Dooms are bad, wait till you find out what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in
I never
the game.
played the Doom
If
games.
Williams sees this segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B, put us
Like
on
any?
their to-Doom list, C, doom us to Hades, or
Have you
D,
played the rebooted
not do
games?
one Doom thing.
I like the one from 2016 and 2020 now. Also, Doom Eternal is
Nom
like
nom.
almost
Oh,
4 years
excuse
old.
me, we're back, my dudes.
If not more than that now. Hey, welcome back to Raw. How the fuck is Doom Eternal 4 years old? That's insane, chat. That makes absolutely no sense in my brain.
Where's Miz? We need to talk about his latest stunt.
Sorry. Miz is at a press junket with his new multiversal infinite champion. So many outlets want to talk to Logan. Did you know he has over 80 million followers across his various social media platforms? How many do you have?
Don't know, but I have a lot more wrestling wins than Logan Paul. He's a part-timer who shows up even less than Roman did. And more
I don't know about that, dog.
I actually won my championship instead of it being made up and handed to me by The Miz.
Despite the fact that you're actually killing the demons, which is 100% in the Bible. I only recently played the Doom games, couldn't play the OG ones because of no, it's demons kind of reason. I might have to check out the games. I recommend, like, the newly rebooted ones. 2016 Doom is one of the best first-person shooters of the past decade. I don't like Infinite as much, because it's a lot more... It's a lot more... arcadey, and I feel like that it's way more punishing. But I think that 2016 Doom is a lot more. It's a lot more well-rounded. I think. Yes, I do mean Eternal. I don't like Eternal as much. I like the 2016 one better because it feels more well-rounded.
Cool. All championships were made up at some point. But anyway, enough talk. You better go get ready. Now that you're mostly irrelevant, you've been relegated to the opening match slot.
Dude, that's also important. The opening match slot is also important. You gotta set the tone for the show.
Seriously?
We go live in 30, so be at Gorilla a few minutes before that. We're going to start the show with you already in the ring. No need to see your entrance for the millionth time. Have fun out there.
Really now? Really? Fine. Fine. You know what, chat? If we're so irrelevant, then we gotta do something to make ourselves relevant. Alright? We gotta do something shocking that the people at home will not expect. Alright? We gotta do something shocking. Something unheard of. Something that's, a little bit against the grain for Shining Wizard. Something a little bit against the grain for Shining Wizard. That Logan Paul could never do. That's fireballs. This right here is some of that, like, Alicorn magic that's been imbued into Shining Wizard. The soundtrack to Eternal, though. The modern Doom soundtracks are some of the greatest, like, metal music in video games. That was, like, meticulously crafted to be maximum awesome the whole time. Mick Gordon, for whatever you want to say about him, he knew what he was fucking doing. He knew how to soundtrack the Doom series. And it shows. Now, before we actually get into things, I need to check something here. I gotta check something. Can I take off the turnbuckle? Mick Gordon is the GOAT, yes. How do I take off the turnbuckle pad?
For life.
Hey, Invisible Guy, thanks for following, man. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. I appreciate you, my friend. How'd you find us, by the way? Was this just like a happenstance sort of thing? Did you just randomly come across the channel?
For life.
Hexius. Hello there. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Thanks for the follow. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. How do I take off the turnbuckle pad, chat? Does anyone know? Or am I just kind of like... Hold on. Guest referee. Because we need to do something to, like, distract the referee. And the best way to do that is obviously take off the turnbuckle pad. We gotta take off the turnbuckle pad, chat. You can do this. Actually, hold on. This gives me an opportunity to try something.
Hello, Mario.
Hey! Exus, hello. How'd you find us? Welcome, bro. Your channel popped up, so I decided to check it out. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you enjoy my stuff enough to follow, to such an extent. You know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in the moment. Goblins raided my place of work. Crazy story. What do you mean, goblins? It's like the goblins from Smiling Friends. Little green guys.
Sorry,
know.
could we go live?
Like the one that auditioned for Mr. Frog. Alright, we'll figure it out in the moment. Or about what happened last week. Can't believe Shining Wizard took what I made the most prestigious title in sports entertainment and threw it all away so quickly. Embarrassing. Well, Gleb boy. Hello, I'm Mr. Frog.
We know Miz has big plans for his newly crowned
What?
champion Logan Paul, but it is strange to see the WWE Universal Champion opening the show.
You know what? I'm gonna beat. You know what? I will beat the hell out of Baron Corbin. We'll see. We'll see how you like it. We'll see how you like it.
Unfair or anything. He didn't even get an entrance. Miz's plan to relegate the Dark Horse to the undercard is in shoulders down. Calls the pin off with a rope break.
Roman, you're now on the island of irrelevancy. You got no room to talk about embarrassing. Exactly. You like Sonic? I love his world. Anyway, I love the stream, Long Neck Boy. Stream on and live long. Again, like, Seaman says hi. What the? Hex. What? No way. No way. No fucking shot. Wait, can I? Wait, can I? Can I do my new move? Can I do my new move? I can't wait to go see the movie Knuckles. I heard the Skyrim fight music and my fight or flight activated. But no, I do like Sonic. I do like Sonic. But no, Seaman, what are you talking about? This is just a way to like make me say Seaman. And I don't know what to tell you, brother. My dude, I've been facing... You know what? You know what? No, I can't even really say that, like, Baron Corbin is a downgrade. Because, like, we've been facing guys like Noam Dar this whole time. What? What the fuck is happening? The ref's trying to get in on the action. He is, though. Ow! Damn.
Corbin's doing whatever he wants because he can.
Nah. What the?
That'll leave a mark.
What? You what, mate?
Here we go. The WWE Universal Champion is going to put Logan Paul in his place. You're as gullible as the Dark Horse, Saxton. Paul's not here, but that doesn't stop
No.
you from messing with the champ.
I'm trying to lay out Charles Robinson. No! I'm trying to lay him out, chat, but it's
serotonin,
I'm having some issue. But you know what? That's nothing a little serotonin can't fix. Ow!
Saw that one coming.
Yay. Nothing like serotonin from Ruby.
Serotonin, please.
The resident serotonin merchant.
There's the reversal. Nice handspring evasion.
Yay.
And that failed to hit
Spare serotonin, please.
Fine, you know what?
serotonin, please.
Corbin is feeding off the WWE Universe.
Fine.
This match's brutality starting to no way. Astounding power. And
Spare serotonin, please.
there's two. Near fall. Just kicked out, and I'll tell you what, I don't really think he knows either. Corbin did a great job to pull that maneuver off, but somehow it just wasn't enough, and now Corbin has a lot to think about.
I am actually just fucking terrible right now, chat. I need to roll out the ring.
Perched up top. A diving knee drop.
Dude! What is happening?
Sharp blow to the neck.
The fresh ass serotonin for the day. I will resupply tomorrow.
What was coming?
Can't you find any more in the back? I think it would be really cool if you found some more in the back, Ruby.
Strong kick.
That would be really, really poggers of you. Be really fucking awesome. I'll try, said cute long boy.
Spare serotonin, please.
Yay! One ponytail found some. Yes. Oh, yes.
Spare serotonin,
Yay.
please.
No, no, you're turning off the serotonin. Don't turn it off.
Spare serotonin, please.
Yay! It's back.
Spare serotonin.
You're turning it
please.
off and on again.
Spare serotonin, please.
You gotta time
Spare
it.
serotonin.
You do gotta time it. You just keep on doing it.
Great equalizer here. The steel chair. Into the ring again. Nice work by the ref. Not allowing that weapon to come into play here. He's heading to the floor, but he can't take his time.
Little does Baron Corbin know this is all part of the plan. All part of the plan. I'm trying to do the plan, chat. Ow! The plan is it's a little weird. Evil pony giving and taking from our long boy. Ponytail doesn't quite get the message sometimes. The serotonin giveth and taketh away, clearly. You got him right where you want him. I do. I do, though. You know what? I'm gonna do this. First off. What the? Yeah, let's go! What? He no-sold it! He no-sold the fucking fireball! What? No. No. It's not what I want. You know what? Sure, fine. Let's do this. Shining Wizard! The best Shining Wizard ever! Oh, do I hear that? They want one more time, huh? You know what? Just to stick it to Miz, and just so I can go overtime, we're gonna give him one more. No!
I was not expecting that from him at this point. No signs of either combatant backing down. Just teeing off with that fight forever vibe. Nothing pretty here, just good old-fashioned fisticuffs.
No!
Tanks going back and forth like this.
No! Shit! Come on. Not only that, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do this one more time.
What's he open to find down there?
Got the kendo stick.
Universal signal for extreme. The kendo stick has entered the fray.
Come on. What the? Wait. Do I hit like with triangle or what?
Corbin averts the attack. Paying it right back with reversal.
No. Nope. No. Come on.
I think he's got it locked in good. I just don't know how to counter this thing. I don't want to see him tap out. Not like this. He's risking permanent damage.
Come on. I will cripple you, Corbin. Wait, I'm gonna check my fucking paybacks here. Okay, I gotta press R2 and triangle. Tap or snap. Tap. Tap you. We told me and Corbin told each other that we were gonna go overtime just to stick it to this.
Decision there, Michael.
Look at that. He now has certified a hurdy leg. The hurdy leg is now certified. That's right, Charles. Just look the other way.
He knew that was coming.
What the? No! He fucking dodged my fireball! He dodged the fireball, chat! No! You what? You what? This is not how it was supposed to go, Corbin! No! Ah! Wait. He knew exactly what to do. What the fuck? Whoa! This either gonna be really cool or really lame, chat. There's really no in between. There is really no in between here. Wait, did he hold on, did he yeah, he took the turnbuckle pad off. Hey Rev, over here. Look over here. Over here. Over here. Do you see this here? You see that right there? Ow!
The whole complexion of this match.
Oh.
Round and round we go. Tilt-a-whirl head scissors.
Do you see what is happening over here, Rev? Do you see that? Do you see the exposed turnbuckle? Yes! Yes, go fix it! Go fix it! Let's go! That's something that fucking Hulk Hogan could never do! No! Ooh! Best shiny wizard ever! No!
Good officiating there. Referee seeing him the ropes and breaking the count.
Let's go!
Look at this, just unloading.
Holy shit! That may actually be my undoing, though.
Intentions in mind.
No!
Ooh, eats a big right. And Takiri finds its mark. He's going back to the well.
That was a shocking moment here on Friday Night SmackDown. The fireball from Shiny Woods from the Alcor Magic at play, and now with the cover and the win.
Brutality finally comes to an end.
What a match, chat. That whole match was full of awesome moments, honestly. And I'm not just saying that because I struggle to fucking distract the referee for like 90% of it.
Father, why are you a robot?
Well, you see, it's because I'm just so good at giving people good matches. I'm so fucking good at it. Oh, and look at that. We're almost at WrestleMania. Again. We're almost at WrestleMania. Wait, this would actually be the first time we're working WrestleMania in this playthrough. Okay. Well, I guess that's up on the docket next. Did you hear that crowd come alive when they thought the Multiversal Infinite Champion was going to appear? Too bad I'm unable to make it tonight due to my various publicity commitments, but your passion and energy fuels me for the next time. If you thought the crowd response was electric, wait until you hear the WWE Universe explode when you defend your Multiversal Infinite Championship at WrestleMania. Who's irrelevant now, Miz? Probably Baron Corbin. Well, actually, no. Logan Paul is, because he wasn't there shooting fireballs at Baron Corbin. You know who was there doing that? Shining Wizard. Shining Wizard was there throwing the fucking fireballs at Baron Corbin. Logan Paul could never do that. That's just what you can expect weekly from your Universal Champion on Friday Night SmackDown. Wait, Finn Balor?
Hey, I just want to say, I know how it feels to make it to the top as the Universal Champion, and then suddenly have the rug pulled out from under you.
Oh boy, don't you ever.
Yeah. It's less than ideal.
At least you're still champ, though. I got hurt and had to give up the Universal title after only 24 hours. Then, never got a chance to get it back when I returned.
That's very true. He has had a couple of world title matches since then, but he's never got it again.
That's
I think they kind of
gives me an idea. Especially with Miz out of the picture tonight.
Uh-oh.
What are you thinking?
If Miz wants to relegate me to the opening match, maybe we go out there and show him we are main event players.
Ooh.
So we basically hijacked the main event slot tonight?
Yes.
Yep. I get to prove my value around here, and you get the Universal Championship match you never got. Win-win.
I love it. I'm in.
You know what? I'd watch this match. Finn Balor versus Shining Wizard in the main event of SmackDown. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, chat. This is gonna be great. We're gonna make sure that it's the match of the fucking month. Match of the week right here. Don't need to check out Dynamite, don't need to check out Raw. Don't need to check out this week's New Japan pay-per-view. This right here is where the real wrestling happens. Right here on the Giraffe the Stev Twitch channel. Now while everyone makes their entrance, we gotta play an ad real quick. Look at that. Finn thinks that he can be Shining Wizard here.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. In picture. Don't go anywhere. Oh no. This might actually fuck me up a little bit.
We wish we could show you all the cool secrets of 1080 snowboarding. New tracks, giving your character a body.
This one's actually kind of long. I might actually, I might actually
These nifty bonuses
need to
can only be
pause.
accessed
Oh my
if you beat the game in
god.
every mode
Oh
on the
no.
expert level. In other words,
I actually want to
forget
see
about
if like the entrances
1080
take
has
us
two basic
take
principles,
us all the way through
racing and
this.
performing tricks. 2 modes offer racing, another 2 offer tricks, and yet another provides 2-player action. Obviously, the tricks are harder to master, but Nintendo deserves a big fat kiss for basing all the stunts around the B button, not having dozens upon dozens of random combination moves like so many other games.
Hold
Even
on,
the
I'm
hardest
gonna
move, the
I'm gonna make it so it is
1080
picture in
manageable
picture.
under this
Give me a
system.
second.
The game is still hard though, like Diddy Kong Racing. The control is very accurate, and you'll perform best if you swish from side to side as you go, as well as
Let's take
look at
this
the
out of here
direction
real
of
quick.
the snowboard, not your character, to get your angling exact. The game's best feature is the graphics. Each level has the look and feel of being one with nature.
One
the
with
lighting
nature,
is
chat.
so gorgeous. You'll need a bib to catch the drool from admiring the landscapes, complete with shortcuts and hidden paths. 1080 Snowboarding is the best game on the Nintendo 64 so far this year. And while that's not saying
It's
much for the
picture-in-picture,
system,
chat.
it is saying a lot for the game. Its only faults are length, only 6 racing courses, and the lack of chasmic jumps. Chasmic may not be a real word, but it should be. We want huge, imaginative jumps that keep you airborne for 10 seconds. Is it realistic? Heck no. But realism is getting boring in video games.
Nom nom.
Before
Oh,
we
excuse
forget,
me, we're
the
back, my
character
dudes.
selection
Hey, welcome
screen
back
is
to Raw.
kinda
We're in
cool.
picture-in-picture
Each
right now.
snowboarder is hanging out in the ski lodge. Makes sense, huh? Even in the few moments you'll spend there, you'll notice how each one has a distinctive personality, not just in what he's doing, but in his voice as well. Unfortunately, the game includes no female snowboarders, and a Canadian snowboarder would have been a real treat, a lot more exciting than the incorporation of Tommy Hilfiger clothes. By the way, if I mispronounce the name, you can chalk it up to my age and pure
This is
apathy.
fucking
At first, we
awesome.
thought 1080 was a quick, albeit excellent thrill ride, which due to its mere 6
It's
courses
restaurant
was
quality,
not
chat.
worth $60. Although not every part of each mode takes place on an actual course, all modes are worth your attention. While motor racing games are stuffed with extra modes of play, they don't have the relevance that 1080's modes possess. One mode seems simple at first, until you realize
Imagine
you have
having
to
the
perform
world
several
champion
tricks in a
enter in
row
commercial break.
and stick the landing. If you don't, your score goes to 0. 1080 will keep you busy for a while, so even non-sports fans may want to buy it. Congratulations,
production has
Nintendo.
it out for these
Once
guys,
again,
chat.
you've snuck another surprise hit into the world of gaming.
Wait, are we gonna get back in time for like the match introductions? Oh no, I don't think we are, chat. I don't think we are. Oh wait, we might. We might. Welcome back to Raw! Woo! Where we're here with our main event for the undisputed WWF Universal Championship match. Universal Championship. That was incredible, honestly.
Weighing in at 195 pounds, the undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
And don't you fucking forget it. There he is. Right where you want him to be. That was actually incredible.
Championship of all championships and the biggest prize in WWE. Possession of this title puts you in a league of your own.
Not often we see our WWE Universal Champion compete twice in one night.
We gotta hit 3 combos.
Logan Paul off at a press event. He and Finn Balor took it upon themselves to schedule this match.
Good for our real champion for taking advantage of the opportunity.
I didn't realize that, like,
Blatant insubordination is what got him into this situation in the first place. There's bound to be consequences here. And Finn was ready for that.
come on, Finn. Give me some of your, give me some of that shit. Give me some of your fire. We're gonna go ahead and do this. There's your music. Mario RPG.
Hold on a second. Could be a matter of time. Submission being locked in. And he's just in reach of the ropes and gets it to force the break. The ropes become a competitive.
Continue to damage Finn.
Moments like that one.
Oh wait, is this on the same night?
Snap suplex.
You know what? Even better. Even better. Even better. Because not only is Logan Paul not here, and therefore he didn't throw a fireball, but the actual champion, Shining Wizard, is on the show twice. That's some value right there. That's some bang for your buck right there.
Pressing their foot right into the gut. That's gotta hurt. The champ looking worn out.
Yeah, it's almost like he already wrestled a match tonight. No.
Party
That's
all
not how it
back.
goes. Oh, hey, welcome back. Welcome
Hello,
back,
Mario.
me. Great value wrestling. That's what we call, that's what we call 5-star wrestling, if anyone remembers that shit. Come on, Finn. In the ring with you. The super kick, no one can believe it. Hold on, Chad, I'm gonna go grab a video real quick. What? Buckshot Lariat? Come on, man.
They probably didn't appreciate SmackDown being taken over in their absence.
That's my move. That is not your move. That's not your gimmick, brother. What the fuck? I think that we're gonna attack The Miz, right? Chat, who do we attack? Kirkland's Signature Wrestling. Kick Miz's ass. You're so right, though. I think we gotta kick The Miz's ass, chat. Miz. Yeah, The Miz. Ugh.
The WWE Universal Champion will have to pay a price for attacking SmackDown's GM.
I agree, Corey, but maybe not as costly as if he targeted Logan Paul.
Things are certainly heating up between our dueling champions here on SmackDown.
Who will come out the other end? What the fuck is this video? I literally found the video like a couple, like over WrestleMania weekend. Yes, it's right here. It's right here. I think you made the right call. Whose music are they playing? LOL. Shining Wizards. They're playing Shining Wizards music. Do you not recognize the beat? Do you not recognize the riz of the music? As GM of SmackDown, I will not stand by and let so-called talent hijack the show and make their own matches. I also will not tolerate unprovoked assaults. So next week on my show, Shining Wizard won't be in the opening match again. Instead, he will compete in a pre-show dark match. Oh, right. Wait, that's right. I get it. The Judgment Day stuff. Well, listen. If it were Finn, then he would be stealing Shining Wizard's gimmick. Someone needs to test the cameras and lights to make sure I look good. Chat, I found this video over WrestleMania weekend that just leaves me in stitches. Hold on a second. I'm gonna show it to you all. Hold on just a second. I think the perspective is kind of fucked a little bit. Now. Give me a second. Have any of you seen this video yet? This shit's awesome. It's the funniest thing of all time. Hold on just a second. Let me see. This right here was Jimmy and Jay for realsies, though.
And we're here at AEW. The start of the match, we're gonna get a lockup. And
This right here is what people thought Finn and Shining Wizard was gonna be.
those are some massive shots. These are absolute slobber knockers. I can't believe it. Oh man, and wow, there's a super. Nobody saw that coming, and whoa! Nobody saw that coming, and oh my goodness, whoa! A super kick! Nobody saw that coming, and wait, a super kick! Nobody can believe it, and oh my god, a super kick! Nobody saw that one coming, and I don't know what we're gonna see here, folks. A super kick! Oh my god! And wait, a super kick! The best show in the world, and wait, a chop, another chop, and there's a chop, and wait, here we go. A super kick, oh
my god!
And wait, what are we, oh, there's the one. No, not gonna happen. Kick and here, getting back up here. What are we gonna see? A super kick. Saw that coming. And wait, what do we got now? And wait, it looks like a super kick. Saw that coming. On the cover. 1, 2. Oh no, not gonna happen. There's only so much
I don't know. It's one of the best videos of all time. I don't even care that it's against AEW. It's actually really funny. I can take some shots at AEW. I can take some shots. I can take some shots here and there. Anyways, we gotta fucking, we gotta carry on. We gotta carry on. And we're gonna watch this cutscene here, and then we're gonna take a short break, alright? Troy Simpkin.
So, non-televised dark matches now, huh?
Yep. Really a shame that at one point the WWE Universal Championship was the most important title around. And now the greater WWE Universe won't even get to see it. But whose fault is that?
Whatever. Who am I even facing?
Don't worry. We brought in someone whose star power is fitting for your new spot on the card. Oh, I think I just heard them open the doors to the audience. Better go get ready.
Troy, if I'm facing you, I swear to God. I actually kind of want to see what this is now. And then we'll come back and we'll fucking do it after a short break, okay? How many people are in attendance so far? Stacked McSlacks! Yes! 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 My GM mode extraordinaire. Let's go.
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, Keys. How you doing? Look at this fucking smiling friends looking dude. This guy looks like a character that Zach Hadel would play. He looks like he knows a thing or two about the Renaissance men. Doing good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm about to be even better considering who we're about to face. Is there even anyone on commentary right now? Or is this like before the show? No, there isn't even anybody on commentary yet.
For life.
Brit2518, thanks for following. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life. Hopefully you're doing well, man. Actually, what are your pronouns? Not the dark match. Not the fucking dark
Hello, Mario.
match. You're welcome, and I'm really tired right now. She, her. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Look at this. Even in the dark match, you get full entrance honors. But that being said, all I wanted to see was fucking Shining Wizard. Wait, do I just need to... You hate to admit it, but yeah, Mitt's officially gone under your skin.
Life.
Hey, thank you for the bits. Your donation to the club will not go unnoticed, Britt. I appreciate it. Just showing 2K24 love. Well, thank you for showing the Long Boy Club love in response. It will not go to waste. People are secretly recording this. It'll go viral. All right, chat. You got your phones out? Well, make sure you keep them out for a little bit. Make sure you keep them out for just a little bit because we got to go to commercial break real quick. Before Shining Wizard can get his hands on stacked McSlacks. Beat this guy by any result and get your real business and get back to your real business. Miz and Logan Paul. I kind of want to give stacked McSlacks a good match here, chat. But knowing me, I'm gonna give him so much. I'm gonna give so much slack to Stack McSlacks that he's going to wrap back around to winning. And I'm just gonna throw the match away. But that would be funny. That would be funny if it happens. So I'm actually going to try and have a decent match here. But first, we're going to go and take a commercial break. I appreciate everyone for fucking sticking around so far. If you're not done so already, I would appreciate a follow to the Twitch channel. I try to stream twice a week. A lot of what I do is wrestling stuff, but I also do role-playing games, strategy games, and other such fun, silly things that I want to do to try and experiment more this year. If you're down for that, I'd appreciate a follow. Maybe consider joining the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server too. We watch wrestling in there sometimes. We watch My Little Pony Friendship is Magic in there right now. We're gonna watch season 6 starting tomorrow. I'm at the point in the show where I don't remember too much of anything, so it's gonna be fun to see if some of it. It's gonna be fun to see if stuff still holds up. Wait, no link. No link? What are you talking about? Chat, is there a link? I'm seeing a hyperlink there. I'm seeing a hyperlink there. Discord. Yeah, right there. See? See? I don't see it. I'm seeing it. I'm not seeing it. What? Are you looking in what? Hold on just a second. I think I gotta make some updates. Keeps, thank you. Wait, y'all aren't? Yeah, seriously, like, I'm seeing the link right there. That's really weird. Anyways, there it is. Join the Longboy Clubhouse Discord server. We do a lot of fun stuff over there. I want to try and do a thing in where I work on my island and New Horizons a little more, because I still want to get those fucking disgusting paw people off my island. But I've not made any real progress in that lately, and that's because I'm busy as heck. So, I would really appreciate it if you came on down there. We have a lot of fun over there. But, nonetheless, I'm going to go and take a break real quick. Y'all stick around. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a few minutes. Everything that Ashley is saying right now about the Longboy Club is true, by the way, chat. Everything from the hoof development to the membership to the Longboy gang, all that shit. I managed to find a final dose of serotonin from the back. Well, you can play it in commercial break.
It's break
because
time.
I forgot to play it during the fucking BRB.
Their serotonin, please.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Like Illusion
yes.
of Earthbound comes packed with a load of games if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
Earthbound has so many comic elements to it that Nintendo doesn't want you to give up on the game and never see those funny scenes.
The more serotonin, the more we
RPG
grow.
to be set in
Exactly.
modern times. You save your progress
It's the
by calling
fuel
your dad
source.
over the telephone
The
and refill your
lifeblood.
energy by eating pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play,
the game with your left hand
and eat
pizza
pizza
in the other.
since the game can be controlled with the L button, which lets you talk and check, otherwise known as search.
Will this
and the
actually
control
like take
pad
us all
to
the way
move.
through the ad break,
Prepare
or
to
is it
visit
just
several
long
places,
enough to not
a
do it?
clubhouse, arcade, burger shop.
Hi, Henry. It's funny because you can see the exact moment in where the upload glitches out. Like the screen just completely goes on the fritz. And then it's just like, welp, this is no longer our concern. The audio is just like, this is no longer our concern. It's over, dude. It's finished. It's done so. I feel like I need to ask, what is gaming in the Clinton years? Gaming in the Clinton years is an idea. It's a movement that's bigger than any of us. It's a way of life that only George Wood understands, and we need to listen to him. That way we can hope to one day live vicariously through his greatness and his glory. Right? Do I have that right, chat? Is that what it is? Or am I just, like, drinking the Kool-Aid too much? If I am, I don't know what flavor it is.
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. But no, does that make sense, chat? Or am I just, like, talking shit? Slim Jim flavor. Dangerously cheesy. So chat, I think for something like this, we need the appropriate music. Nothing too bombastic, nothing too over the top, right? I think we need something that's worthwhile of Stack McSlack's aura. You see where I'm going with this, right? You see? You see it? Yeah, you are. Eating Slim Jims doesn't make you a member of the LBG, don't worry. I mean, it kinda does. But we're not one to turn down delicious meat snacks. It only makes you a member of the Longboy gang if that's what you identify with, right? A befitting tune of a champion and shining wizard. Come on. Nice. You could say that he's the people's champion. Sans music? Yeah. For this fucking dark. You know, Stack McSlacks. Nice. Woo! What a fucking worker that Stack McSlacks is. You see that bump? Whoa! No. No way. Get out of here, you fucking J-Brone. Very aggressive Stacks. Damn, that riff was fast as fuck there, yeah. Do you think that this fucking, this Mr. Bean looking fuck paid him off? You know what? Stack McSlacks, I'm gonna give you the opportunity that I wish The Miz would give me. I'm gonna give you a good match. How about that? We're gonna make it so that you gotta show up to SmackDown early. The ref is in Stacks' pocket. Yeah, right in his, right in the palm of his big fucking leathery overalls. Come on. Get your offense in, kid. We only got 5 more minutes. Get your offense in. We ain't got much time. This guy will be on GCW in no time. Main event of Joey Janela's Spring Break next year. What's this? What's his big move? Power Slam. Are you telling me that he's strong enough to lift up Shining Wizard? Nah. That won't do. That won't do. You're taking way too many liberties, kid. It's time to put you in your place. It's time to put you in your place, you fucking dork. Suplex this fucking Jay Brown. I will. Not only that, gonna get him in the ring, and we're gonna power up for the Avalanche Falconera. No fucking shot. A power bomb? Wait, the last ride. No shot. No. Look at how much he's giving fucking Stacked McSlacks here. This is awesome. Backstage, you can hear Michael Cole rushing out here to call this match. This needs his voice. Shit. Come on, Jay Brown. No shot. No way. No way. No shot. No way. Is he actually gonna do this? Look at this, chat. If I didn't have Brazilius there, he would have won that. If I didn't have Brazilius, he would have won that fucking match. This is absurd. This is absurd. Look at how much she's given Stacked McSlacks. The knee bar. Chad, are you seeing this fucking matchup? This is absurd. This is absurd, chat. This is absurd. This is absurd. No! 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 Look at how small it is. Can someone clip that? Please. Someone clip that. I might actually just be the worst at this game. I go into this. I called it. I called this shit like the back of my fucking hand. I knew that I would fly too close to the sun, but I did it anyways. I fucking called it. I need to eviscerate this man. We're going back to, we gotta go back to the big music, chat. One more time. Listen, just like Sans, it's all about repetition. If you do it enough times, you'll get the pattern down, and then you'll beat him. The upset of the century. Let's fucking go, dude. I called it. I knew I would fly too close to the sun, but I did it anyways. Don't leave him in any room. Don't cut him any slack. Can't. You can't do it. He's way too powerful. BME! We're eviscerating this fucking J-Brown here. Nice. But he fell on his ass anyways. Holy shit, indeed. Shining Wizard still has a long ways to go. What? You what? You know what? I'm done with you. The Sonic Rain Boom. Let's go. There you go. 1, 2. You're kicking out of my fucking move. Fine. Fine. I'm gonna hit you with the best Shining Wizard ever. Come on. Ooh, let's go. He's not getting up from that. Good. This is Stack's WrestleMania. It is, though. He'll never get on the main card. But facing Shining Wizard, he can at least brush up against greatness. Boo! Are you booing Saturday Slacks or are you booing Shining Wizard? Why are you booing Shining Wizard? I thought we were all on the same team. I thought we were all on the same fucking team here. Why are we doing this? Fine. Now that the glory days of that other irrelevant championship are behind us, it's time to announce who the multiversal champion Logan Paul will face at WrestleMania. Watch SmackDown to find out. Is the Miracle Kid on this SmackDown episode? He's more like the 1, 2, 3 kid. My dude couldn't get a win over the world champion. Whoever it is will end their night staring up at the lights. And the brightest star in the infinite universe, me. Alright, well. Finn. What's good, dog?
I can't believe Miz has basically removed you and the WWE Universal Championship from WrestleMania.
I can. Have you not been paying attention to anything he's done in the last 20 years?
Has it really been 20 years, chat? Oh no.
Had you relegated to dark matches.
Hey, on a positive note, dark matches mean I'm done early, which means less time around the Miz. So, sort of a win.
How are you going to fix this, though? You can't just give up and let Miz have his way.
Also, Finn is a pretty bad VA.
No, I'll never give up. And I've been thinking about it. When it comes to Miz and Logan Paul, you gotta hit him where it hurts the most. Their egos.
Well, Miz won't shut up about his big
voice acting.
Of Logan Paul.
Not in his playbook.
For WrestleMania. Maybe there's something there.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna need your suit size.
Ooh. What we doing, chat? What's Shining Wizard cooking? What's he cooking, chat? Does Logan Paul have voice acting? I guess we'll see. Let's see. I'm willing to bet no. They gave him like a special like fucking GM Titantron. Oh. The cardboard championship. You love to see it. Look at this.
I'm losing respect for these two on so many levels.
Just making Finn his best man at his wedding. I could see that.
I'm not on board with this. Are you done, Corey? What else is he supposed to do? The real champion has pretty much been banned from appearing on SmackDown by The Miz.
I agree, Michael.
The Fizz. It's the Shining Paul and the Fizz. I like that.
Are you kidding me? What the Miz and Logan Paul have to say?
Oh my god.
Sure, it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be awesome.
As your must-see GM of SmackDown, we are here to announce the multiversal, infinite, everlasting, supreme, bottomless, planetary champion's opponent at WrestleMania. And it's gonna be awful.
Oh my god.
That's right, Miz. And let's get
Is that Bryan Danielson's WWE Championship? It's the eco-friendly title.
Everyone knows I can't stand being in a WWE ring any longer than I have to. So at WrestleMania, I'll be going toe-to-toe with the only thing that's bigger than my ego.
Is eco-friendly AEW title?
Talent. Finally, the real Miz is here to put an end to this.
I was enjoying it, Corey. You would, Saxton. Miz's security team is going to have to forcefully remove the champion and...
Fine, you know what?
Or at least try to.
Oh my god. Here we go. Because the Miz isn't hunting me. I'm hunting the Miz. Brute force. Knock out one of these stooges. You know what? I will. Not only that, we're gonna put the super finisher. The super finisher. The super finisher. We... Finn, stop. Finn. Finn. Fucking stop. Hold on a second. There you go. Here we are. The Avalanche fucking arrow.
Knockout victory. This one is over.
It's over. It's done so, and the other guy's like, fuck this. It's like the typhoon all over again. Finn, let me do my fucking move. Let's go. Let's go. That's awesome. This stream just gave me a belt idea. Oh, this mess with Miz disparaging the WWE Universal Championship has gone too far. So next week on SmackDown, it'll be Shining Wizard and Finn Balor versus Logan Paul and The Miz. If the Dark Horses team wins, it'll be title for title at WrestleMania. What? I didn't even get to announce who Logan Paul would be facing. I had everything under control, Triple H. And this isn't fair. I haven't competed in ages. I'm taking this up with the board. Well, the board already approved it, Miz. It's happening. LOL. No more hiding, Miz. And you'll actually have to show up and wrestle, Logan Paul. See you soon. And that's how you do shit here downtown. I think in that time, Shining Wizard's gotten a little better, wouldn't you say, chat? I think he's gotten so much better that his grappling offense has improved by 1. It's improved by 1. I mean, he was literally at the gym. He was at the gym, chat. He's ready for this. And not only that, I think we can take the... I think we can take the belt... I think we can take the tape off of him. Don't you think? I think we could take the tape off of him. We can take the tape off of him. We'll copy over the appearance here. He learned a thing or two from Stacked McSlacks. He did, though. He did. He learned how to heal himself. Much like Stacked McSlacks. I think we gotta give him a comeback. Stacked schooled him. Stacked schooled him. He did. And now he's a much better performer because of it. It's a happy ending, chat. It's exactly how you would want it to be in a a time like this. Freeze? Iron Jaw. Let's do this right here. I think that this is what you would want. After that stunt that we had against Baron Corbin on the opener, and how SmackDown's ratings were through the roof that week because everyone was like typing away on Twitter being like, hey guys, you gotta turn on SmackDown right now. Did you see who threw a fireball at Baron Corbin? It was Shining Wizard. It was Shining Wizard, Tim. He threw the fireball at Baron Corbin. He did it better than Hulk Hogan could ever do it. Tim. SmackDown's ratings are through the roof because now they want Shining Wizard to do it again. And maybe at WrestleMania, depending on the stipulation, he will do it again. But we'll have to see, because first he needs to win this tag match against Logan Paul and The Miz. Can he do it? Let's see. Now then, I need to see Logan Paul's...
A dusty trail from the fringes to the spotlight.
Oh boy. Here comes your real world champion, chat. A man who himself doesn't quite feel like a champion yet. Especially with all the disparaging at the hands of The Miz and Logan Paul. But maybe, by taking down The Miz once and for all here on SmackDown, and then subsequently defeating Logan Paul, and unifying both championships once and for all at WrestleMania, maybe then he'll feel like the real champion. Your real reigning, defending, undisputed WWE Universal Champion, Shining Wizard! I think this is just a vehicle to show off all of the multi-title matches, chat. Let's go! Yay! There he is! He's awesome, chat. And now here comes his little brother to try on his shoes. Yeah, like, look at this. Let's go, Horseman. Clap, 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 clap.
Here comes Finn Balor.
Look at him. He thinks he can be Shining Wizard. Oh my god, he doesn't do it anymore. He doesn't do it anymore. I love how he feigns the clap. I love how he feigns the clap. There's gotta be a way to give him the clap again, right, chat?
Champion, but had to surrender the title to injury. And he's had some measure of success since then, but he's become bitter, he's become jaded.
You speak lies, Cole. Finn Balor simply realigned his values. He knows
The most unlikely of allies in Finn Balor.
prepared to do so.
Finn Balor, a big Shining Wizard fan, as you can tell, no doubt. I mean, look at his Titantron. He wants to be him. But unfortunately, his pronoun is he. He can never be him. Unlike Shining Wizard. Not gonna lie, I miss the Demon King Finn.
Bow to the prince, or face his judgment.
I think, unfortunately, the Extreme Rules a few years ago kind of deflated that. Oh. Is he gonna have special attire? Please give him special attire here. Or is he just gonna come out like in his normal gear? I wish he had like blue fucking gear here, chat. That would be so good.
Sports entertainment.
From Hollywood, California, weighing in at 200.
Shining Wizards, truly his biggest enemy here. It's not been Logan Paul. It's not been Kane. It may not even be himself. His real enemy, the man who's been keeping him from feeling like he can actually be a champion, is in the ring right now. The Miz. The source of all his problems. He'll finally be able to get his hands on him tonight on SmackDown. Boo. But perhaps, just on ego alone, Logan Paul beats him.
Logan Paul. And from Cleveland, Ohio, weighing in at 205 pounds, the multiversal infinite champion, Logan Paul.
The multiversal infinite champion. Let's go, dude.
Even backstage, who resent Logan Paul because he's
I really hope they give you the choice between keeping the Undisputed title and this, because I might actually want to keep this.
You know what? Those people can put in the
I might actually want to keep this belt on Shining Wizard. It's loud and extravagant, much like him.
because he's serving it up.
It fits his aura, you know? Even though it's loud and obnoxious, it also signifies a champion. I'm so happy you're keeping the VODs of this. I am. You can find them on my VOD channel on YouTube, which you should definitely go and subscribe to. It's right there in my card. It's up top. You should go and follow my YouTube channels. I got 2 of them. I got one for my VODs and I got one for shorts and more edited videos. You should subscribe to both of them, chat. At long last, you've been waiting to get your hands on The Miz for well over a year. Tune the boss up until you can hit him with your finisher. 07. 07 to The Miz, chat. Because he ain't walking out of here alive. Either he's walking out alive or I am, but it's not going to be both of us. And of course, we need something that's only fitting for his aura.
Real champion has to win this tag match just to earn the right to compete at WrestleMania? There was a time that dinosaurs ruled the earth. Humans showed up and the dinosaurs disappeared. In this case, the Dark Horse is the dinosaur. His time is up. Geological analogy aside, the fate of one of the main events of
Ooh, mildly threatening, perfect. It's great, though.
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, Catman. How you doing? You know what? Just for that, I'm not going to hit my finisher on you just yet. Woo! Sweet revenge! With the moonsault! We're gonna beat Paul and we're gonna take that title, brother. We're gonna take that title and then we're gonna chuck it off a bridge like Stone Cold Steve Austin did, like old Stone Cold, with the Shining Wizard. And now, the Sonic Rainbow. Incredible. I'm gonna go ahead and hit. What? No!
He wasted no time kicking out there. What a kick out. Scores the reversal on Miz.
I'm not letting go. I won't let go. I gotta defeat the Miz by pinfall. After an illegal tag team partners enter the ring and exit, a debuff is applied and they can no longer willingly enter the ring. Tagging in and becoming a legal tag team partner will clear the debuff. You know what? I actually like that. That might actually make like the tag matches fun. You gotta pick your spot. Short
Nothing
work.
beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Short work.
For over a year and a half, The Miz has made it his mission to dethrone the undisputed Universal Champion. Tonight, Dark Horse got revenge by cementing his spot
At WrestleMania. This is just a small bump in the road to WrestleMania. Miz and Logan Paul will be just fine.
All right, Corey, you can keep on coping. Maybe you didn't watch the same match that we did, but did you notice anything about that match? Because it sure wasn't The Miz getting any offense in. He got like, what? 2 hits? 2 hits in the whole time in a 2-minute span? Short work. Shining Wizard came in for a moment, while he was hitting the knee bar on The Miz and doing the splash. He felt like a champion. But then it faded. It faded afterwards because he knows that Corey's right, to an extent. That is just one bump in the road. He still has the larger issue at hand, and that is the Multiversal Infinite Champion, Logan Paul.
Hello, Mario.
Hey, Devin, how you doing? Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Me, Pone Haymare, as fuck right now. Lift's phone. Call Roman Reigns. Yeah, you're calling him obviously to spear Logan Paul mid-match. Actually, no, don't do it. Don't do it, because that's just gonna make Shining Wizard feel worse. He's gotta beat Logan Paul fair and square, you know? I love how Finn joined the Shining Wizard color palette. How sweet of him. I told you. I told you. He is the biggest fan of Shining Wizard. He's got his color. He's got his graphics. He almost has his music. He's a fan. He's a big fan. And you know what? Game recognizes game. Game recognizes game. Finn knew exactly what needed to be done. He came in. He took care of Logan Paul. Made it so that Shining Wizard didn't have to get his hands on Logan Paul before WrestleMania. He's a real one. He's a real one, chat. You gotta admit. Finn knows when it's time to put it in for the business, and he really put it in tonight by letting Shining Wizard get one over on The Miz. I'm sorry I took the loss in the tag match, Logan Paul, but I did get a win outside the ring. The WWE board has approved the following. Whoever wins at WrestleMania will be the one true champion at SmackDown, and the other belt will be retired forever. Rest in peace, Multiversal Infinite Championship. Thanks for reminding me, Finn Balor. You are officially banned from ringside. But are you banned from ringside, Miz? You think Mommy had anything to do with Finn joining sides with Wizard? You know what? I'd imagine Rhea's a fan. Again, game recognizes game. One of the longest reigning women's champions of all time recognizes one of the greatest champions of all time, even if Shining Wizard doesn't recognize himself. Dom is 100% a fan. Exactly. I mean, like Dom helped us out, you know?
Against you at WrestleMania.
Dom has our back, and therefore Rhea has our back. Chat! No! Chat, no! No way! I got it! I got it! Shining Wizard is friends with Dominic Mysterio, Finn Balor. Presumably Rhea Ripley's also a fan. The Judgment Day is Shining Wizard's faction! We knew it all along! Again, game recognizes fucking game. The Judgment Day is all for Shining Wizard. They're the Shining Wizard fan club, chat. This is awesome, exactly. One of the greatest factions of all time, recognized as one of the greatest workers of all time. Shining Wizard may not see it in himself, but the Judgment Day season in Shining Wizard.
What's new? I'll find a way to take care of business like I always do.
Now all we need is the word from the big man, bisexual Undertaker himself, Damian Priest.
Good, because I have no interest in going after the multiversal, infinite, everlasting, supreme, bottomless championship.
The Judgment Hay! Yes! Yes, it's the fucking Judgment Hay! I love it. I love it. I actually love it. It's great. The Judgment Hay is an unbreakable bond. It's an unbreakable bond, chat. Just like R-Truth said, and just like Shining Wizard says, live, laugh, and love.
Ha. I promise. You won't have to.
Finally, the Rainbow Dash.
Yeah, exactly. The Judgment Day knows it's smart to rise for Shining Wizard. It's an unbreakable bond. Go to WrestleMania. So chat, it's WrestleMania, right? At WrestleMania, you gotta go all out. You know? We gotta go all out for our big title match. And even though we already kind of have the best entrance, right? I kind of want to see some other ones here. What is Dominic Mysterio's entrance? Let's make it bigger. Yes, we gotta make it bigger. Yeah! Chat, I don't know. Like, the Cody Vader? He's so on fire, smoke follows this horse. Exactly. He's one of the greatest of all time. Kaiju Killer Champion. Fuck yeah, is that what I heard? We got, and that right there is the 6th member of the Judgment Day. Well, actually, no, it's more like the 7th member of the Judgment Day. About Limitless. Wait, isn't this just Keith Lee? There's gotta be one where we come through the crowd, chat, right? I need one where we come through the crowd. This is awesome. God, I really wish I had those minimalist silhouettes that me and Melody were supposed to put together. Yeah, we gotta come through. We gotta come to the ring Shield style. There's the fan! He's here for this! Wait, Shield. Seth Rollins Shield. How about this? Seth should have his Shield entrances.
It's almost time for a 120 seconds minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Syria, Hotel, Echo, Lima, Dorado, Wizard, Shining, Rarity, Dash, Twilight, Shy, Dorado, Wizard. If he thinks I'm so below the SmackDown roster, then they'll come in through the fans at WrestleMania. Now I need to fucking do the 2-minute ad, chat. I'm sorry.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this. I'm trying to think of what words to use. Think MLP. Think MLP, Dark Raven.
It didn't come anywhere near Resident Evil 2. The quality of the full motion
Oh my god, this is like the
video
shortest
stunning,
one. This one's gonna
but
suck.
The in-game graphics leave a lot to be desired. The voice acting and unclear goals are the main detractors, but in several spots the game shows potential. When you search for your lost daughter in the alleys, the wobbly camera and dark shadows create an amazing sense of fear and anticipation for the unknown. Unfortunately, this visual sense does not stay with the game on a consistent basis. Much of the game is silent, so the game is aptly named. The use of silence is a great idea, but needs better.
Twilight, Apple, Lyra, Dash, Shy, Rarity, Dorado, Wizard. Now we gotta like find like words that start with all of the letters of the original Shield intro, right? God, he's so cool. But no, the fist kind of ruins it, chat, right? The fist kind of ruins it, not gonna lie. It does kind of ruin it, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. How about Roman Reigns shield? How about that?
Nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. So, like, chat, the mission we have right now, right, is we need to figure out what words would fit well. I think they all do the fist Sag. Well, we can see, like, which one would be Mox? Would it be, like, Lunatic Shield or something? I don't know, that's way too stern. Got mine above, Stev. No, I know. I'm saying, I think we need to stick in the realm of, like, MLP, right? Because as cool as it would be to, like, you know, do it like that, I think we need to, like, go with... Wait! No, we cannot do Roman. If we do Roman, it's gonna make it look like we're fucking posers, right? It's gonna make us look like we're goddamn posers. Nashi! With the Long Boys, girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello, welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. My name is Giraffe-Stev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are playing WWE 2K24, and not only that, we are creating the entrance for our guy, Shining Wizard, because it's WrestleMania, and we have a title match. It is Shining Wizard, the reigning and defending undisputed WWE Universal Champion, versus the newly crowned, at the hands of The Miz, Multiversal Infinite Champion, internet sensation, and very controversial figure, Logan Paul. We're trying to create his WrestleMania entrance because he's got to enter in style. He's got to enter in style. And we're thinking that the way to do it is we have to go through the crowd, because the entire time that we've been here. Also, can we get a shout out from my friend Nashi here, please? They're incredibly talented. They're an awesome artist. And they've become someone that I really, really love seeing on my timeline and someone that I love chatting with. I need to chat with them more often, honestly, because they've been welcoming and very accepting to me from minute one. Twitch! Hey, holy crap. Okay, we got, listen, Nashi, MB, and Draconic, thank you for following. You're now all members of the Longboy Club for life. Thank you for following. I really appreciate it. I hope that you're here for Shining Wizard's big championship moment. I think that this is what we gotta do here, chat. We gotta do the Seth Rollins entrance. We can't think too hard about it, right? But no, the whole point of it right here is, of course... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna shout out Nashi real quick. Ganashi. It's pronounced Ganashi. No, it's not. There it is. I was following previously, and Twitch did the thing where unfollowed me. Wait, like... Wait, hold on. Wait, did it fucking, like, make you unfollow by accident, or what? But no, chat. One more thing we gotta do. We gotta give him his WrestleMania attire. The shit that he comes out to. We're gonna give him a whole new set. We're gonna give him a whole new set. Twitch is threatened by the power of the Long Boys. It is. It can't handle the power of the growing length of the Long Boy Club. Also, hello Featherfoot. Hello, Draconic. Let's see who else is in chat. We have Velvet. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all are fucking awesome. I love all of you. I love all of you. Thank you. Now, it's legit been a thing lately where some people are finding Twitch has unfollowed them for some streamers. Just automatically? It's way too long. There's too much girth, chat. Now, first off, he's got to come out in a big old attire, in a big old jacket, right? He's got to come out in the WrestleMania jacket. And I think after everything that the Judgment Day has done for us, Wonderbolts, Indigo, Zebra, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Discord. Wait. Oh my god. Apple, Rainbow. What's like a location in Equestria that starts with D, chat? Come in a limo. We already got the entrance planned out, dude. All we need now is the attire. What the fuck is this? Where's the Judgment Day jacket? Hold on just a second. Let's actually reverse engineer this real quick, chat. You could pay it back to the Judgment Day by wearing one piece of all the members, lol. I could though. I could. Like, for example, with Dominic Mysterio, I can come out with the bandana. With Damian Priest, or even Finn Balor, I can come out with his jacket. The shirt has to be the mommy's always on top shirt. Hold on. Holy shit, I can't see anything. What is a... You know what? I'll take the Wonderbolts. I'll take Ashley's Ashley's thing for now. Just have it be like the Shining Wizard stuff right there. I'm gonna keep it there for 50 minutes. 50 minutes, so that way it's there for when I go back to use it. And what does Damian Priest have, chat? What is the jacket that he has? Where can I find it? Okay, I can find it under... I don't know. Let me see. High collar clothing. That's where we can find it. We'll find it in high collar clothing. Or I can just, like, replace his wrist tape with it. You know what? I'll take Damian Priest's pants. Okay? I'll take Damian Priest's pants. I'll use Finn Balor's jacket. I'll do the Dominic Mysterio bandana. And for the shirt, I'll have Mommy's Always on Top. Well, actually, hold on. I need to check out if Finn's jacket. I need to check out if Finn Balor's jacket is like a zip-up thing. Oh no, it's open. It's open, chat. But it's like a generic leather jacket. This could be anything. I'm not gonna know it on sight. So it's... Okay, so it's right under Ridge. It's right under the Ridge. Okay? Damian Priest. Chat, type this out. Like, someone in chat type this out so I remember it. Damian Priest pants, Finn Balor jacket, Dominic Mysterio, or rather, Dominic bandana, Rhea Ripley shirt. JD McDonut, we don't care about him. We beat him clean as a whistle on SmackDown already, it's fine. Rhea's shirt, got it. Fantastic. What the? I went back to the title screen. R-Truth always getting snubbed from the Judgment Day celebrations. What if I included like an R-Truth thing for the shits and giggles? And Mommy's shirt. We got this, chat. And not only that, we're gonna redesign the mask as a one-off thing. We're gonna make it the Judgment Day colors. We're already kind of partway there, right? We're already kind of partway there. JD didn't do a flip through a table for this abuse. Yes, he did. Did I really go into entrances when I went to go into moveset? I sure did. JD didn't do a flip through a table for this abuse. Peepo's sad. Yes, he did. Like R-Truth's shoes. What if I wore like Rhea's boots? Nah. You know what? If there's a donut prop, we'll bring it down to the ring. Just to pour one out for old JD McDonut. Where are the Damian Priest pants? Where are the Priest pants? Is that it? No. Where are the priest pants? Where are the priest pants, chat? Where are they at? Maybe I should have looked this up before we went. I think the closest thing to a donut prop would be the floaty. Oh my god! We do! Yes, chat, that's what we're doing. We're taking the fucking stuff out there with us. We're taking the fucking floaty out there with us. For the goof. There's the Mysterio pants at least. We found that. The pants were always there inside your heart. I'm gonna open 2K to help you out, Stevie. Alright. Where are the pants? I mean, these are Finn's pants. Put this on hold for a second. Check bottoms. That might be it. Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. There it is, right there. Those right there, the very first result, I could tell just by looking at it that this is Damian Priest. It's a different kind of Damian Priest pants, but it's Damian Priest pants. Don't mind if we do. Now, as for the boots, very strong branding on Priest's part, LOL. It is! It says something that I can tell just by looking at it that that is a Damian Priest thing. It doesn't even need to say his name. I can just tell by the skull and the arrowheads that that is Damian Priest. Now that's some iconography work right there. And we gotta take off the kick pads. Let's get rid of these boots. Who needs them? Those are also Damian Priest boots. I can tell just by looking at them. I could pay double tribute to Damian. I like the drip. I wish they had Dom's cow boots in this. Do they not? Damian's always on the bottom. He is. It's Damian all over. Alright, where is the Mommy's on top shirt? Where's Mommy's on top? It's Shining Wizard paying tribute to his fan club. The Judgment Day. Just like R-Truth said, it's an unbreakable bond. That's also Damian Priest. I could tell. It literally looks like a gimp suit. I mean, this is also technically this is also Dominic Mysterio here. But I feel like this wouldn't be paying tribute. I feel like this would be like drudging up old memories. We're not doing that. Where's the Mommy shirt? I was so happy to see Priest cash in Money in the Bank at WrestleMania. We were too. Like, we were literally watching it in our Discord server. In the Long Boy Clubhouse Discord server, and we were like losing our mind. That was an incredible moment. That's also Damian Priest. Everything's Damian Priest, chat. Maybe the game's trying to tell me something. Maybe I need to go all Damian Priest. That's Jeff Hardy. Where's Mommy's on top? Chat, are you seeing it? You seeing it, chat? You seeing that shit? You see it, son? Is that Grayson Waller? I see the drip is immaculate. It is, though. The mommy shirt is just below Lita's shirt. Okay. You seeing it, chat? You seeing it here, son? It's in tops, right? Doomslayer? Can you put it on a man? Can you put the mommy t-shirt on a man? Don't take that out of context. You don't know? What if it's only like a woman thing? What if you can't wear... Can you put mommy on a man? Only one way to find out. Mommy? Sorry. Rhea Ripley? Mommy? Oh, sorry. Homunculus. Bail me out, man. Bail me out of this one. I'm kind of a little in over my head now. The Shining Wizard goated with the sauce. Please let it be me. I mean, what? Chat, I didn't realize you had it in you. Also, chat, I don't think we're gonna get it. I don't think we're gonna get it, chat.
I'll bail you out for 40 bags of bones.
Deal. 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 I'll even pay the out-of-season express shipping for it. Anything to make it go away. Phew. See? If no one got my back, I know the homunculus has my back. Maybe. Sometimes. Wait. There's Ridge. This is it, right here. This is just like a generic jacket, though. This could be anything. But it's not about looking good, it's about paying tribute to your homies. Now where's the bandana? Face cover. Let's go, dude. That's what we love to see. Not only that, chat. That's so good. It is, though. But not only that, chat. We gotta go further. We gotta go a little further than that. We gotta change up the mask. This man can barely breathe. It's okay. It's alright. Alright, what is the color for this? This right here is the color. That right there's the color, chat. It's gotta be the Judgment Day colors. Purple and white. Unfortunately, that means we gotta go through these individually. Swiftstorm! With the long boys, NBs, girls, and AGs. Hello there, my friend. Thank you very much for bringing your lovely community on over here. I really, really appreciate it. For those of you who are unaware, my name's GiraffeStev. I am the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations. Could someone in chat tell them... Could someone in chat please fucking tell them what we're doing tonight? Because I need to recover. I need to recover from that. I need to recover. Please. Can someone, like, take the reins real quick?
Hello, Mario.
Oh my god. I want to see what it did. Oh, I bet. Has your curiosity been piqued? Wait. Jesus Christ. Shining Wizard custom Judgment Hay WrestleMania gear. It's an unbreakable bond, just like R-Truth said. We gotta go down the line and change the color of all of these. But no. Swiftstorm, how was your stream, my friend? Did you have fun? What were you playing? And if you got a rate and run,
spare serotonin,
that's A-okay?
please.
Oh my god, thank you. I need serotonin after that. That may have just given Stead a heart attack. Right before WrestleMania, too. Can you imagine? Inconceivable. Hi, Henry. Oh my god. That's insane, chat. Why do I have that up so loud? Why do I have that up so fucking loud? Good lord. It was good. I'm playing Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. Awesome.
Throw a giant gold ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go.
Ouch, my tiny ears.
Ah, you suck. Hi.
you missed.
My tiny ears.
Or maybe you didn't.
It's
Sorry,
almost time
yes.
for a 120 seconds
But
minute
no, it
Cheetos
ain't.
break, my dudes.
Y'all gotta be here to see the greatness of Shining Wizard be finished. You know that at the end, if we gotta, like, Avengers Assemble style to, like, take down Roman Reigns or whoever, you know who we're calling on. You know the boys we're fucking calling on, chat. We gotta call on the unbreakable bond. Dem boys. The boys in the Judgment Hay. Did not expect the first redeem to be that loud. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're all good. I'm not upset with you. Too much. No, it's all good. It's all good. There he is, chat. There's our fucking guy. Logan Paul, he's shaking in his fucking boots. He can't handle this level of drip and he knows it. He may as well just stay home. Just stay home. You don't gotta come into WrestleMania. You don't gotta come into WrestleMania after all, bud. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Did you not expect the first redeem to be the... Wait. Why isn't it showing everyone else? Give me a second. I gotta refresh the chat. Also, in case you're wondering, this final match at WrestleMania, it will be the final match that we have tonight. We only did like 5 or 6 matches, but they were all pretty solid. I think for everything we did, it was pretty solid. It was a pretty solid night all around. Now for the gloves.
Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water.
Everything is startling me now, chat. It's all scaring me now. It's all scaring me now. Hey. And I got the other version, the Shining Wizard, saved right over there. But we gotta take off this clothing for his in-ring presence. Who the fuck is all this coming from? Jelly S with the long boys,
Mario.
girls, NBs, and AGs. Thanks very much for rating on in, y'all. I'm Giraffe Steph, the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are going to WrestleMania in WWE 2K24. Keep the bandana on in ring.
Refreshing sip of water.
Should we, chat? Should we keep the bandana on in the ring? Should we keep the bandana on? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like we gotta, like, have a different mask then, right? Like one that kind of showcases where we are at this point in time. What the fuck is that?
Step on up and see if you can throw a giant gold ring around a long boy's neck, ladies and gentlemen. Step on up. Come on.
Let's see if you can get
on.
it.
Let's go. Let's
Kite.
go. Let's go. Hurry.
Oh, you suck.
Oh,
Wait.
Or
It's
maybe you
almost
didn't.
time for a 120 seconds minute
Is
Cheetos
this
break,
Muda?
my dudes.
No, I gotta figure it out real quick, chat. We can do Slapjack. No, chat. What if we did a new mask, too? I'm convinced the ring throw is 100% rigged. It's not! I tell you exactly the odds. I tell you the odds. I tell you the fucking odds before you even throw it. Yeah, we gotta have a mask upgrade, chat. I don't think this is like a tribute to the Judgment Day, right? It's not a tribute to the Judgment Day at all. Unfortunately, I do need to run an ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Let's go
my
ahead and
dudes?
get it over with right now. I guess now it's time to initiate all the new raiders.
Silent Hill can also be tossed.
What? We're back to this!
Isn't nearly as bad.
We're
Many
back
of
to
you
this
like
shit.
Game, but for us, it didn't come anywhere near Resident Evil 2.
Didn't come anywhere near Resident Evil 2, and now I'm gonna whine about
The
it.
in-game
George Wood.
graphics leave a lot to be
Quoted.
desired. The voice acting and unclear goals are the main detractors. But on several spots-
Boo! Boo, George Wood!
Sorry, I had a lot of beanie burritos today. Sorry, guys.
Are you sure you didn't just have, like, tortillas that were stuffed with fucking Cheetos?
Much of the game is silent.
Because that seems more likely, honestly.
The use of silence is a great idea, but needs
Yeah, exactly. That's you on the fucking toilet.
Maybe that too.
It's not one or the other, it's both. You do not want to know about his larger diet, chat. It's very, very cursed. Yeah, we gotta have a mask upgrade, chat.
Big Stinky.
Big Stinky indeed. Okay. Now, this is what we're gonna do here, chat. We're gonna do the big colors. It's all gonna be the same color in order to kind of mask it a little bit, right?
Look, I had a special Cheetos and Mexican food day. Don't judge Mike Thulia Nightmare Diet.
Oh, but I will. Oh, but I will.
This
This actually
nom.
looks
Oh,
pretty
excuse
good.
me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. This actually looks great, chat. Are you seeing this right now? This looks superb, actually. Although we gotta have some pink on the back.
Ara, ara.
Your Cthulian nightmare diet needs to be assessed. It needs to be addressed. Because what you got going on right now is not it, Chief. You're gonna be on something else. This gear is gonna be this gear is gonna be in the New York Times for real, for real. I kind of enjoy the idea that, you know, he's also kind of paying tribute to Rey Mysterio. This is what we're gonna do, chat. This right here. New York Times subscriber only. No. No, it doesn't work, chat. On second thought, I don't think it works all that well. Ow! What the fuck? It couldn't run. It was way too awesome. It was too busy looking at fucking Shining Wizard. I think we gotta get rid of the polka dots just this one time, chat. Just this one time, we gotta get rid of the polka dots. Okay? Everyone will know it's Shining Wizard just by looking at the wings, you know? Everyone will know it's him just by looking at the wings. You don't need it to be spelled out for you. It's right there. It's written in the stars, a million miles away, such and such. We make an exception this time. Well, how about this, chat? I'll bring back a few of them, alright? We'll get rid of some of them and keep others. All right? Like this. I think that this is okay. Hold on. Oh man, I'm just getting rid of like all of them at this point. This isn't good. This is no good at all. I'll keep the one on his temple. Alright? Shit, I don't know which one is on his temple now. Okay, good. 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 It's the glowy sorcerer. I can't even recognize him. But what would help you recognize him? Would the dots help you recognize him better, chat? I'm way overthinking this. But, chat, I'm such a fucking dork for this. I can't believe it. I'm such a fucking nerd for this bullshit. Wait. That's it. That's it, right there. That's it. Right there. That's her historic WrestleMania gear. God, he looks so cool, chat. He looks so cool. This is awesome. Now, chat, I have a proposition for you, okay? I want to get rid... Upload this to CAW, becomes the most downloaded one in 2K history. If I fucking upload this onto the CAWs, would you guys download it? It's like, oh my god, that looks so fucking awesome, dude. That looks so good! That looks so good! I love him. That actually looks so fucking good. I would for sure. Done. Done deal. I'll do it. I want to give him big facial hair for this, chat. Okay? He comes into this. He's got a new look. He's got even more facial hair this time. Okay? He's got even more facial hair. The lightning bolts are wonder bolts. They are, though. Okay, that's a little too much facial hair. It's like 2000s core. Wow. I'm thinking this, chat. We go the whole goatee. Right? So, he had this before, right? He had this. And now. And now. He's got this. How about it, chat? Either that or this. We just, like, grow it, like, exponentially. The shine on it is immaculate. Mustache too, you know it. Maximum shine on this beard. It's the most oily thing ever. That's the look of a man who knows that he's retaining at WrestleMania. I don't want, like, the dad stash here, you know? I don't want that. The Ned Flanders thing there going on. The Fu Manchu. Got the twindly mustache. Yep, like I said, full on Seth Rollins beard and mustache. Game recognizes game, okay? You know? It's got to connect. You know? We can't half-ass it. We can't give him, like, peach fuzz on the lip. It's got to be something like this. That's incredible. He went to his cabin in the woods in upstate Montana to grow his facial hair. I think this works, right? Especially if we add some shine to it. That's the new look, chat. God, he's so cool. Way cool. Incredible work. So greasy, it's like he's been eating with the homunculus. He's got some of those bean burritos that he's been eating. Where's the fin jacket? Oh yeah, that's right. Come on. It's taking way longer. I just want it to be really cool, chat. I'm sorry. I just want this shit to be really cool. Mommy's gonna dump Dirty Dom for Shining Wizard. Better watch out, bro. He almost looks like a real luchador. Honestly. He almost looks like a real luchador, chat. He almost looks like he could be legit. Now it's taking forever to save because it's saving all his awesomeness and coolness and shit. What are you talking about? He looks better than a real luchador.
Did you see what Miz said?
Did we actually, like, time this out for so long that we lost... That we lost the wizard stuff? That we lost, like, Ashley's wizard comment? I think we did. Did you set it as a default attire? I did, yes. I got the original attire saved in the other slot, so we can just bring it back. But for now, chat. It's time for WrestleMania. The main event of night 1 of WrestleMania will be Universe versus Multiverse. As Shining Wizard takes on Logan Paul, the winner will walk away with their championship, and the loser's title will be retired immediately. Shining Wizard has done so much damage to the legacy of the WWE Universal Championship, pulling for Logan Paul to stop the bleeding. I got you at Roman Reigns. Hashtag and still. Well, okay. Let's do it. I didn't know WrestleMania was in Wisconsin this year. Fuck! Damn it! Fucking hell! No! It is? You gotta be kidding me, dude. Why are they all booing? Here we go. Is this night 1 or night 2? Night 1.
It's the WWE Universal Champion set to take us.
Here we are. Wonderbolts, Indigo, Wonderbolts, Indigo, Zebra, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Discord, Rainbow, Discord, Wizard. What? I'm sorry? This is not the entrance I was expecting. What? What? No, we went through all that effort for nothing. All that effort for nothing. Come on. No. 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 I'm so upset, chat. I'm so upset. Fuck. You gotta be kidding me. What is this? No. 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 Yeah, that's exactly what I feel about it.
Hello, Mario.
He is, like it or not, beautiful though. Despite being sold a bill of goods with the entrance. He's here to represent his fan club, the Judgment Hay. You gotta give him the full WrestleMania honors, chat. What kind of shit was that? Okay, you know what? You know what probably happened? The entrance probably doesn't work with this type of arena.
Guys, this just hit me. This could be the last time we see the WWE.
So, I have a different idea. We're going back into the game. And as much as I hate to do it, we're choosing a different entrance. Either that or we're going back to the Cody shit. All right? I am determined to make this cool. All right? It's WrestleMania. It's WrestleMania. We're doing it up. Okay? It's WrestleMania. We're doing it up. So help me God. Also, hi Blackest Beast, how you doing? It's been a bit since I've seen you around here. Welcome to tonight's Long Play Club meeting. No, we can't! We can't do it, chat! Boo! Whatever. Whatever. I don't care. It doesn't affect me at all. I'm not upset by it, actually. It doesn't affect me at all. I'm not affected, chat. I'm not mad. Don't write it in the papers that I was mad. Don't write it in the paper that I was mad. Oh my God. God. What? Universal title. What? Multiversal title. What? He looks cool though, chat, doesn't he? The boos are piped in. No, they're real. They're real. We feel cheated. We're gonna send this guy back to Ohio where he fucking belongs. His eyes are like bulging out his skull, chat. That's crazy. So given how it's WrestleMania.
Champion versus champion.
Here we go. Take it, Charles. Yeah.
After all the obstacles, the real champion, the WWE Universal Champion.
So chat, I'm thinking this right here is the music that we play, right?
Is going to get his chance to beat Logan Paul, who's been parading around wearing the Miz's shiny fake belt. Cole, have you lost your mind? Miz is going to fire you. And Don't say belt. Logan Paul's championship is a freaking belt. It's only good to hold his pants up, and it doesn't even do that well.
Michael Cole is a certified Shining Wizard stan.
Avoiding contact. Oh, what an elbow behind the chin.
Come on. Give me your best shot. What? Let's go! Pin him!
He is looking to do some serious harm.
Fine.
Close to over, and he'll leave the ring for this next stretch. Look at the spin kick. The champ trying to roll with these hits. Oh, meet the backside of an elbow.
Let's go to the floor. Whoa! No!
Take this match as long and as far as he needs to.
Super kick! Come on. Woo! Return to the ring and taunt Logan Paul.
And he tosses it back in now.
Come on, Logan Paul. Soup. What the? Why are you over there talking to The Miz? No! Forget about The Miz! Put him away! Wow, you can actually pick him up? Fine. Ooh, he's feeling the WrestleMania moment! It is time! Come on, Logan Paul. The wizard is yoked. He is, though. 4. Ooh, 5. It's a real back and forth match here so far, chat. Definitely not. Not in a great place. Especially in a strength competition. As much as you hate to admit it, Logan Paul's got him beat. No! A kick out at 1 from Shining Wizard. We love AEW Buckshot Lariat. Come on.
The beginning of the end. It's cinched in. I think we're just moments away from seeing a tap out. Or here.
Come on. No. Come on. Nice. Woo! What a splash! 1, 2. No! No way! Come on. You know what? I'm not done with you. Shit! Ow!
Completely wiping out.
Look at the Snickers branding all over these fucking seats. You're not you when you're hungry, and the Shining Wizard is nothing without the Universal Championship. This we know. Come on. Ugh. Come on, Logan. Insulting. Using the neck breaker in such a nonchalant way. What the? No! He could not take another hit like that. But it seems like Logan Paul has an answer. He's spitting on the legacy of Gira. He is, though. From 2!
What's it gonna take to keep this guy down?
Woo! Splash! No, fuck it. We're doing this. We're doing it up. It's WrestleMania. We're doing this shit up. It's WrestleMania. I'm giving you your Mania moment, kid. It is time for the spot of the night. Sponsored by No. 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 This is not gonna backfire. No shot. We gotta do it over again, chat, because I keep trying to fucking do cool shit, and it just doesn't work. It never ever works. I keep trying to do cool shit, and it never ever works. Whatever. Again, spitting on the legacy immediately. You gotta believe, bro. We're doing this again. For the first time ever, Shining Wizard hits the flip out of the ring at WrestleMania.
It's almost time for a
Do you believe in
120
miracles,
seconds
chat?
minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
An ad is about to start. Is it? Is it really? Woo! Come on! Nice. So chat, unfortunately I need to play another ad real quick. This will probably be the last one of the night. I apologize.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Every single time I try to do something cool, it never works. It never works out for one reason or another.
Silent Hill can also be tossed on
Why
the
do we
fire,
keep getting
but
Silent
this
Hill?
isn't nearly as bad. Many of you will like this game.
Why do
but
we
for
keep
us,
getting
it
Silent
didn't
Hill,
come anywhere
chat?
near Resident Evil 2. The quality of the full motion video faces is stunning, but the in-game graphics leave a lot to be desired.
You leave a lot to be desired, George. Have you ever thought about that?
Spots the game shows potential.
Like,
when you search for your lost daughter in the alley,
how many times could Silent Hill queue up? Enough times to mildly annoy me, I can tell you that much.
Unfortunately, this visual sense does not stay with the game on a consistent basis.
Enough times to fucking annoy me.
So the game is aptly named. The use of silence is a great idea, but needs better execution.
No way is he talking smack about Silent Hill. It's the 90s, dude. They'll do anything. You know? That guy had a Surge in his hand, a Limp Bizkit CD in the other, and he was out here talking shit. I'm gonna wait until the commercial break is over. Dude's crazy. He probably thinks that Limp Bizkit's debut is better than Break Stuff, you know? He probably thinks that shit is better than the Chocolate Starfish. I thought George would play the game with one hand and eat pizza in the other. Ah, yeah. That's the third hand. That's the third hand. And the fourth one, he's playing the game. He's actually a mutant. Much like Gira. Much like Gira, he also has inexplicable body horror about him. But it's fine. He learns to live with it. It works to his advantages. You know? We don't talk about the mutations.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Let's carry on. The spots are just worrying. So chat. I'm thinking we gotta change up the music. Especially after all that. We gotta change it up. If anything, we gotta save time to make history for like the big moments, right? I don't think that this is the moment yet. I think it's more like maybe this. No shot. Whoa! No! A swing and a miss from Shining Wizard. Swinging neck breaker on the outside. Come on, meet me out here. Meet me out here, bud. Woo! Do you believe in miracles, chat? The very first time that he ever defeated, that he ever hit the moonsault on the outside. Let's go. He's feeling the WrestleMania audience. This is his moment. You know what? I'm gonna let this... What the... Stop talking to the Miz! Ow! That was right in your field of view, though. What you doing? No! Still super kick! No! Come on! Woo! This is awesome! Striking competition once again, chat. How about it? What? Come on! Whoa! Yakuza kick! Let's go! 1, 2. Wow. Holy shit. Come on. I got your 6 here. What the? No. Hold on just a second, chat. Why does all this shit turn off after every single match? We need those VFX. A super kick! He can't stop talking with The Miz. No, we're not gonna pin him yet. We cannot do it yet. We're not done with him yet. Oh, wait. The Miz has been ejected from ringside. The Miz is gone. He's been ejected from ringside. And now for the cover. 1, 2. No fucking shot. Really? I just say fuck it. We're gonna end the match and then that's it. Yeah!
The Dark Horse has defeated Logan Paul, and the WWE Universal Championship will live on.
Farewell, Multiversal Infinite Championship. We barely knew you. What a finish to night 1 of WrestleMania.
What a main event. Do you believe in miracles, chat? Because Shining Wizard does. He got his big moment on the grandest stage of them all, defeating Logan Paul in decisive fashion. And retaining his undisputed WWE Universal Championship. In front of the millions and millions of fans. If the champion can keep this up. Phew. And just like that, I think we're good. We're gonna switch things back over. Rather, you know what? I'm gonna keep things as they are for right now. I'll upload this onto the created wrestler stuff, and then I'll switch things back to where they were. For right now, though, I think we can call this a successful stream. That was incredible, chat. What an incredible ending, despite the fact that we lost the first time. And millions. 666 days as champion. And he doesn't lose. He held it all the way to WrestleMania, chat. It took everything in him, but he did it. He fucking did it. And then there was one, on SmackDown at least, after a hard-fought battle at WrestleMania, Shining Wizard is the sole champion of the blue brand. Long live the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Farewell, Multiversal Infinite. Gunther, take the... Yeah, exactly. We are now tied with Gunther. The WWE Universe wasn't ready for me or my Visionary Championship. Sorry, Logan Paul. If it's any consolation, Shining Wizard won't be ready for what he's about to face either. What does he mean? What's he mean, chat? Now, millions of Shining Wizards fans, of the magicians, the world over. All right, we're gonna see if the custom superstar has made its way over here. It has not. Okay. So chat, here's what we're gonna do in place of that, okay? Here's what we're gonna do in place of this. I feel like we're gonna... Miz is bringing back Stacked McSlacks to take out the wizard. Ah, shut up, Miz. He really does need to just sit the fuck down this time. Because even after everything that he threw at Shining Wizard, he came out the other side and main evented night 1 of WrestleMania. Not many other people can do that. But you know, being on the undercard of SmackDown, it's really taught him a thing or two about fan appreciation, you know? Like for instance, well, first off, we're gonna do this. Okay? We're gonna go ahead and do this. Triple H should just tweet Mike the Miz and say, "You're fired." I mean, listen. He's been making a mockery out of the Universal Championship, the most prestigious title in the entirety of WWE. He deserves to be fired. You know? He deserves to be revoked of his position and to leave Just leave entirely, once and for all. You know? Your time in the chair is over. It's cooked, brother. You had a good run, but you're just terrible. You're awful. And Shining Wizard is not. Instead, Shining Wizard is the champion, and you are just a fucking nerd. You're just a fucking dork. You're just the epitome of fucking Dorkazoid, you know? The only thing awesome about you is the fucking ass whooping that your guy just got at WrestleMania. That's the only thing awesome about you, Miz. Wait, aren't you Geekozoid? I am. Yes. It's like red, right, chat? That's weird. What is the color of Shining Wizard's beard? Because whatever it is, we gotta make sure it's the same on the mustache. On the mustache. There you go. Boot polished black, LOL. That's him in his heel era. He, like, dyes his hair black. Insert vid of John Cena destroying Miz on the mic. Do a Hollywood Hogan. That'll be his heel move, okay? That's his heel move. And you know, now that things are back to normal, now, we gotta actually make our entrance in style, chat. Now is actually the time for us to make our entrance in style. We're not just the Universal Champion anymore. We are gonna make our entrance as a member of the Shield, kind of.
So good to see you, man.
You too, champ. Your big victory solidifying your status as the only champion on SmackDown has Miz in the most cheerful mood. Believe me,
I could give two shit. I couldn't give two shits what the Miz thinks.
I dig it. What do you and our must-see general manager have for me now?
A live interview on The Bump that you're already running late for. And believe me, you don't want to miss this.
Oh, I won't. I've never been more eager to tell the WWE Universe all about the Miz's stellar leadership.
Great. There's a car waiting
Why does it?
outside.
What the hell is up with his eye, chat? He's got like lazy eye.
It's actually a compact rental car that you'll be driving.
He's like having a stroke.
And you owe us $74.38.
Okay.
And it will actually be more than that if you don't fill up the gas before you return it.
Wow, you guys really know how to treat your champions. Thanks, Troy.
You know what? Thank goodness that Shining Wizard is making that championship bank and WrestleMania just came and went for him. If not for that, he would struggle a little bit, honestly. Has his last name on the Real World. Who changed his last name on the Real World, begging for a chance to make it to WWE. And then when you got here, you straight up stole Chris Jericho's personality. You stole Ric Flair's Figure 4. You stole Bryan Danielson's offense and his personality. And now you're stealing Nick Nemeth's whiny attitude and habit of blaming everyone but yourself. Oh, he's never not had that. He's never not had any of that. So, like, can we, like, walk into this with our mask? Because, like, that's the whole defining character trait of him. If he walks in with his mask, it's not necessarily, like, disrespectful. It's just kind of lame. You're a dude dressed up as a dude playing another dude. It's very true.
Some say the story was finally completed on night 2 of WrestleMania when Cody Rhodes won the World Heavyweight Championship at last. But it felt like a beginning to me, Kayla.
I agree, Byron. But our guest at this time is also in the midst of an incredible story. Please welcome.
Sure is. There he is, chat. There's our fucking guy.
The undisputed WWE Universal Champion.
We stand. 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 Shining stands. Shining stands. Shining stands.
Congratulations to Cody. He's been in the hunt for a long time. From one champ to another, here's to you.
As Cody begins his championship journey, yours is becoming a marathon. I remember right after you won the WWE Universal title, Roman Reigns joked that
That's
you
our
would
boy.
last a month.
Now it is day 6.
That's our boy, chat.
And hope that's not bad luck for your upcoming match.
Wait, do you know something I don't? What match?
Yes, it wasn't meant to come out that way, but we do have some significant news to share on that front.
Oh boy.
Way to blow our big reveal, Byron. Anyway, Miz gave us the exclusive on your next championship defense.
Huh?
Well, I'm here. Might as well say it.
Before I do, just remember we're only the messengers. This is straight from the Miz. You will defend the undisputed WWE Universal Championship against 5 other superstars in an Elimination Chamber match.
Really?
Miz's words were actually, I'll put the toughest opponents from his past inside a cage and see if he's lucky enough to survive. Ha 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 ha.
So, thoughts?
I'm not fazed. Sure, this will be one of the greatest tests of my reign in the Elimination Chamber. And Miz can bring out all the heavy hitters he wants. But I'm not going to need luck. Luck isn't going to enter the picture. They used to call me the Dark Horse. But now the WWE Universe knows that I am a workhorse. I'm going to out-hustle every man in the chamber. And I'm going to walk out still the undisputed WWE Universal Champion. Because Miz sets him up. And I knock him down.
Saddle the fuck up. Here we fucking go.
Anything else you want to cover?
I think you made your point.
Look at this. Incredible. Incredible words from our man, Shining Wizard. He'll walk in there, he'll walk out, still the title holder. He's almost got to convince himself that he's actually going to, like, walk out. Saddle up, bitches. We ride at dawn. Tonight, WWE Universal Champion Shining Wizard faces his greatest challenge yet as he defends his title in the Elimination Chamber against Drew McIntyre, Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins. Wait, when did we fight Seth Rollins? And Kane. The ring general will have a close eye on this match and will defeat whoever walks away champion. Enjoy these final moments before you kiss your title goodbye. That's gotta be Kane! William Regal. Need some words of encouragement, Willie Reeks. We need some words of encouragement.
Look at the smile. You look entirely too happy to be a general manager.
I finally got the champion I should have had for quite some time.
Cody? Good for him.
Good for the business. He's an amazing talent carrying quite the legacy. I'm proud of him.
I get your relief. The World Heavyweight title gets passed around so much over on Raw that it must have been hard to keep track. Hopefully Cody can hang on to it for a while.
Hopefully you can hold on to the WWE Universal Championship through the Elimination Chamber tonight. Miz has assembled quite the rogues gallery.
Yeah, consisting mostly of guys I already beat.
Overconfidence can blind one to unseen threats.
I'm coming up on 2 years as WWE Universal Champion, Regal. I think I've earned a little confidence at this point.
He's starting to fucking feel it, chat. He's starting to feel the confidence. He's starting to feel like a champion. After the big WrestleMania moment, after finally overcoming The Miz. Maybe he's finally turning a corner.
Well, how you've changed. It would be interesting.
What?
If you get through the Elimination Chamber, perhaps Miz and I should start a conversation about the match everyone expected on your first night as champion. You versus Cody Rhodes.
And there it clicked.
The match everyone expected me to lose? Bring it on. Wonder who the odds would favor this time.
Bring it on. This is it. This right here is the aha moment. In order to feel like a champion.
A fine question indeed.
One that's been hanging over my head for a long time. I'm thinking maybe you're right. And it's time we answered it.
This is going the exact direction I wanted to, chat. This is fucking it. This is it. The entire time.
Maybe. But we'll talk more later. If you can survive tonight. Good luck.
Here we go. We want it man versus man, baby. This is it. Right here. Finally, after so long, Shining Wizard is finally getting the chance to prove himself champion. To prove to himself that he is deserving of being the top champion in all of wrestling. But there's one missing ingredient. And that ingredient was sitting there right in his face the entire time. And that's the American Nightmare. In order to feel like a champion, he has to beat the man that he was supposed to beat for it without any help in the first place. He needs to beat Cody Rhodes. Fair and square, no distractions, no Roman interference, no nothing. He needs to finally get that monkey off his back. Cody Rhodes may have finished his story, but Shining Wizard has a story of his own to finish. He's got to get through this, and then get to Cody, and finally beat him, fair and square. Then, and only then, will he be able to call himself champion. And we'll see how that unfolds next week on Raw. Because we're 4 hours and almost 16 minutes in. I think we're good for the night, chat. I think we're good for the night. I think we're good. The end seems to be in sight. Next time, it will probably be Cody Rhodes versus Shining Wizard. And this is exactly how I wanted it to go, chat. The Wizard is in the showcase of the Immortals.
Hello, Mario.
arrived in time for the end of stream. Will he go through the chamber? Will he get to Cody? Will he get to prove himself? We'll find out next week. My God, this is exactly where I wanted the story to go, chat. God, I'm having such a fun time with this. I'm having such a fun time with this, chat. I love Shiny Wizard. He's finally going to be able to get the monkey off his back and call himself champion. Cuts to black. We'll find out next week on Raw. I'm actually really excited for next week, chat. I'm also going to come back tomorrow night just so we can finish this. If you guys are up for that, we'll do it. Although it will... For Giraffe, Jim Ross, Jerry Lawler, Michael Cole, and Pat McAfee, I'm Pone Cold Steve Austin saying so long for now. Do we want to do this one more time tomorrow? I'm all good for it if you guys want to do it. If you guys want to finish the story tomorrow, I'm all for it. Fuck yeah. How we feeling, chat? Are we feeling okay for it? We will finish Shiny Wizard's story tomorrow. He will finally come face to face with the man who's been standing in between him and validation this whole time, and he didn't even know it. He didn't know it up until this point. But the moment that he heard Cody Rhodes, again, it clicked. It was like a light going off. He knows that in order to feel like a champion, he doesn't need more gold. He doesn't need a super long reign. He doesn't need the best match on the card. What he needs to do is beat Cody Rhodes. That's it. That's all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do. Then and only then will he be able to look himself in the mirror and say, I'm the fucking WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. I'm one of the longest reigning in the history books, and there's nothing a goddamn thing anyone can do about it. But we'll see if he can finally finish his mission. If he can finally look himself in the mirror. If he can finally call himself the champion and finish his story tomorrow night. Tomorrow night on Twitch. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. If you haven't done so already, appreciate a follow. We will be back here tomorrow night at 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, whichever one. Find out next time on Wizard Ball Z. This is feeling epic. I feel like that we've made this feel epic, chat. But yeah, follow me on Twitch if you haven't done so already. We'll be back here tomorrow night with more of this. Actually, join the fucking Discord. We will be watching wrestling, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. I'll be playing New Horizons in there as I try to get all the pod animals off my island. Right here. And also, follow my socials. I'm on Twitter, I am on YouTube, I'm on TikTok, I'm on Blue Sky. It's all Giraffe on there. You'll find it all right on there. I would appreciate a follow if you haven't done so already on those places. Any outside distribution of this telecast without the consent of Giraffe is strictly prohibited. I'll be sending you a lawsuit, just like I'm sending fucking Slim Jim the lawsuit. I'm still waiting for them to get back to me. Their lawyers are oddly silent, probably because they're scared. But anyways, yeah, follow me on my socials, join the Discord server. We'll be back here tomorrow night, everyone. Special thanks to all the raiders, by the way. I'm gonna start shouting out all the raiders, okay? Because we're getting a ridiculous amount these days. Special thanks to Nashi, Swiftstorm, and Jelly S for the raids. Y'all have been fucking awesome. Been awesome. The preceding broadcast has been paid for by the Long Boy Club. Yep. And we will have one more tomorrow night. Thank you all so much. Let's raid someone. Who are we raiding, chat? Who are we raiding? Who are we raiding, chat? I honestly don't even know who's live. Let me see here. Let's return the favor and let's go ahead and raid my friend Chiggins. She was one of yesterday's raiders. I want to return the favor. Right now they're playing...
Hello, Mario.
Right now they're playing Tail Concerto. Let me see. It's apparently a furry game that is much older than we are. Let's see. And she is right now the only person on Twitch playing it. Do it, clap my boy. We are raiding Chiggins. Right there. They're playing Tail Concerto. It's apparently, according to her Twitch title, a furry game that is older than anyone in this chat. So, oh my god, I know them, lol. Chiggins is awesome. Chiggins is fucking awesome. And we're gonna get them some Long Boy Club love. As always. Whew. This was awesome, chat. I've loved this playthrough. If it ends tomorrow, it's been great. If it doesn't, you know that we'll be back here next week continuing it. Either way, I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you all so much. I've been Giraffe7, the president of the Long Boy Club, and remember, when you're in the club, you're in it. For life! For life! For life. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye!
Hello, Mario.